In the name of the African ancestors who began the march of humankind in the womb of Mother Africa, we ask these ancestors to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. In the name of the African ancestors who began the march of humankind in the womb of Mother Africa and marched down the Nile, laying the foundations for human civilization and culture, we ask these Africans to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. In the name of these African ancestors who built their pyramids and their temples to their God concepts, to their principles, and to their moral values, who left us a legacy of architectural and monumental building unparalleled in the history of the world, we ask these ancestors who built the pyramids, who built the temples, to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. We ask these African ancestors who took this African culture and extended it throughout Africa, building the stone cities of Zimbabwe, building the empires of the Sudan, Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, building the Swahili city-states along the east coast of Africa, and in Christian Africa, asking King Lalibela and giving him the courage to build the 12 churches of Lalibela from the ground down, monuments to the world. We ask these Africans who spread this culture to the Dogo and to the Akan and to the Yoruba and to the Bantongo and to the Zulu. We ask these Africans to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. In the name of the Africans who opened up Africa, opened up the Nile Valley to other cultures and other peoples, and they came in and nurtured themselves on the African greatness. First coming in early with the ancient Hebrews, and they synthesized this culture and produced Judaism. Later coming in were the Christians, and they synthesized this culture and produced Christianity. Coming in were also the Greeks, who took the African culture, synthesized it, and produced Greek civilization. And then later, the Prophet Muhammad, and with the Arabs coming into the Nile Valley, they synthesized the culture and produced Islam. We ask these African ancestors, who as part of their legacy laid the foundations for Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and Greek civilization, to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. We ask those African ancestors pulled out of Africa, taken to the hells of North America, South America, the Caribbean, maintaining the spirit of African humanity in their hearts and in their minds, and who left us this enormous legacy of struggle. We ask those Africans who resisted enslavement in the villages of Africa, who resisted enslavement in the shores of Africa, who resisted enslavement in those forts and dungeons, who resisted enslavement in the holds of those ships, who resisted enslavement when they arrived on these shores in the New World. We ask these Africans who ran into the highlands of northeast Brazil and established for 100 years the first free republic in the Americas, the Republic of Palmares, and their last great leader, Zumbi, who spirit and sacrifice. We ask these Africans who replicated the Brazilian experience and went into the highlands of Jamaica and became the maroon-free communities. We ask these Africans who went into the backwoods of the Guyanas and Suriname and created free republic of the Suramaka and the Ajuka. We ask these Africans who went into the backwoods of Georgia and the swamps of Florida and moved with the Seminole Indians and resisted oppression. We ask these Africans who left us a legacy of struggle and resistance, the likes of which no one in the world has, to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. We ask these Africans who created and laid for us a foundation of struggle and resistance that was passed on generation after generation, that was passed on to Harriet Tubman, who fought her way out of enslavement and became a symbol of freedom for all of us. Similarly, Frederick Douglass and hundreds of thousands of others fought their way out of enslavement. We asked those Africans who went with Boukman Dessalines to create the greatest revolutionary experience in the history of the world, the Haitian Revolution, leaving us a legacy, the likes of which no one else has had. We ask these Africans to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. Good morning to you. Welcome to the Africa Forum, Running Africa and One Africa, One Nation. We're live this morning in the courtyard of Irie FM. My name is Kabo Maatkeru.
My name is Muta from Kingston, Jamaica.
Good morning,
thanks
Muta.
again to be here. Our next celebration of Marcus Garvey's Earth Day. Cabo by my side as usual. So we hope to have a wonderful day today.
As usual, under the theme, One Africa. Gonna kick things off in the African way, though, with the libation. And standing by to do the libation, as usual, is Mama Tendai. Before we do anything, we go to the libation. And Mama Tendai Fudel. As we come live to you from the courtyard of Irie FM.
Good morning, Jambo Jamaica, Jambo World. Important libations. We do this to honor our ancestors, those who have come before we were here. We are standing on the backs of giants, and we give thanks and we honor them at all times. Before we honor them, we need to know that we need to make sure that our head is blessed. The spiritual energy of our head is blessed, so that we will know what people are trying to put into our head. We need to know that our eyes are blessed, so we can see truth to what we are seeing. We need to ask that our breath be blessed, so that we can speak truth to spirit. There are some things that I say today that may sound strange to your ear, but listen with your heart, because your heart knows. Before I start, I need to ask an elder, can I begin? Can I continue? Give thanks. I have been given permission. It is wise to make sure we ask an elder. They are wise beyond means. Before you make any decision, always consult an elder. Mojiba fafeiku, Mojiba fafeiku, Mojiba fafeiku, Mojiba fafeiku, ikuo intala sinjoba ingungun, ikuo intala sinjoba ingungun, Mojiba fafeiku, Mojiba fafeiku, Mojiba fafeiku, Mojiba fafeiku, ikuo intala sinjoba igugun, ikuo intala sinjoba igugun, Mojiba fafeiku, Mojiba fafeiku, Mojiba fafeiku, Mojiba fafeiku, ikuo intala sinjoba igugun, ikuo intala sinjoba igugun. We will now ask the ancestors, first of all, the Most High, to be with us, to join us in this celebration. We say Ashe. We call upon those Africans who stood strong, tall, and now we stand on their backs. We call them, ask them to be with us today in this celebration. We say Ashe. We call together those Africans who were taken from Mother Africa. Some of those who jumped ship to a certain death because they knew they were not slaves. Now they blanket the floor of the oceans. Their names we may not know, but the spirit we will always be part of. We say Ashe. We pour libations to honor those Africans who came to these shores and many other shores. Some of them, we never would know their names. A lot of them are buried in unmarked, unmasked graves. But we say Ashe to them. We give thanks for those ancestors who stood strong and fought for our liberation. And today we are here because of them. We say Ashe. We speak for them. We talk for them. We walk for them. So what you say, what you do is an honor of those who have gone before you. Ashe. We pour libations to your fathers, your grandmothers, your great-grandmothers, all of those, my grandmothers, my grandfathers, my mother. We say Ashe. We pour libations to the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, whose back was broken, but his spirit was never broken. Because today we stand on his back. We stand as true Africans, knowing who we are, what we are, and where we belong. We give thanks. We say Ashe, 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 Ashe.
Thanks. That was a libation. You know, it might sound and look strange to a whole one, but that is how they start and end programs in West Africa, especially Ghana. So we are trying to bring forward the original, traditional way of starting programs and functions like these.
Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Thank you so much, Mama Tendai Fudale. Muta, once again, another annual tribute to Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey under the theme, of course, One Africa, One Nation. This is an important theme in this, it's about the 20th or so year of this particular event, with some breaks, but we've been doing this for a very, very long time. In terms of a celebrations, tributes like these at irie FM, we're talking about a full 24 years.
Yeah, and to know that this month also make it 25 years of the existence of reggae radio, irie FM, something that people say could never work, and it's still here after 25 years, and it is going strong still.
25 years and still number one.
Yeah. Thanks to you.
And you. And the entire team at irie FM, and we've been coming for, it seems like a mighty long time, but here we are, still number one in spite of and despite acquisitions and mergers. We remain number one, and singularly so, with of course our sister station Zip FM. We want to welcome you on the internet at iriefm.net to our very special broadcast this morning. Want to welcome you on the 107s, 107.1 all the way to 107.9. Welcome you also on the mobile app. Muta, when you're overseas, what do? You listen to the mobile app or?
No, I'm on the computer.
Okay. Welcome you on the mobile apps. Want to welcome you also. We have a special group of persons listening to us and watching the live stream, which should be up shortly this morning on uhurunews.com. Uhuru News, of course, the international broadcast station of headed by Chairman Omali Shatela. And they're tuning in from across the world this morning via uhurunews.com. So welcome to you on the internet, wherever you are, and of course on the 107s. And can we just say a very special morning to those who have gathered in the courtyard?
Yeah, already. I was coming a while ago and the people was there. I said, "Oh, this is not easy."
Well, you were here last night. Did you see the setup across the street last night?
No.
Right, all the shine pans and so on. But there's a lot of activity at the gate, and this is really a very colorful scene this morning. Muta, I know you're very good at describing things, you know, but outside it's real. From the minute before you hit Irie FM's courtyard.
No, just as you pass the gas station, coming from
the St. Mary
St. Mary, and as you pass the gas station, the people them is along the way. So you better come here now, you know, you could have to park your car out of St. Anne's Bay.
And of course, you will know that the activities are happening right here on the grounds of Irie FM, because of course you will see the Irie FM feather banners, the Irie FM banners flying very high.
Make sure, you know, because Irie FM don't look like Irie FM from outside again. It have a big wall there, you know, so you have to recognize the wall.
Look across there, Muta.
Yeah, the feather.
See those feather banners? Yeah. And they're really identifying Irie FM. Yes. And we're seeing yellow, black, and of course with the Irie FM logos. And we want to say thanks to the team who have gathered here in the courtyard of Irie FM, but also the team working on this project. We have a big team with us. Let me just tell you who they are. The broadcast assistants and production assistants and producers and so on. Of course, Karbuma at Keru, and beside me, of course, is Muta Baruka. And on the ground, we have Monique, Samantha Mitu, of course, our producer, Kishima Francis, broadcast assistant, Shamara Preston, and Monique, of course, also Samantha Mitu, Gavin Grant. You know, they have been working hard into this morning, last night into this morning. Simone Brown Keys, Roger Hasford will be coming in later. Nicholas Evans on the ground. Kenyatta Miller, our driver who is doubling up and tripling up and quadrupling up. Thank you so much. Our engineers on the ground, Errington Cuban Roberts, Ricardo Powell, Wilbert Wisdom, Nicholas Francis, and Emric Johnson. Our technical operators for the entire day, because you know we're broadcasting from 6 a.m. until 9 p.m. or thereabouts. You
mean 9? Oh, you're not going to quarter to 12?
No, well, we're gonna break for a moment at quarter to 12 while you do the honors in the yard in terms of playing the music, and then we come back and continue our broadcast. We will be broadcasting intermittently after that, so you have to be in the courtyard for that. Our technical operators are Shane Clark today, O'Brien Henry, and DJ Neil. And from our IT department, and if you look across, you know where the IT people are this morning, Muta?
When I see Mark a while ago, when I come in.
Look across there on the...
What? They are broadcasting from up there, so?
That is interesting.
Oh, no,
because
easy.
They are literally on the roof.
That
is the roof. Shane is at the roof? Wave if that is the roof. They're on top of the roof.
So me not say Mark.
Mark is it? Mark?
The Cuban there.
Mark, are you on the roof? No. We also have an IT center. Right, which you're not able to see right now.
But them look like they move it good so now.
No, man, this is just a camera. The hub, the center, the brain of the IT activities happening inside Studio B. And that is a great operation. You should go inside there and see that. I know you're going to see that in the break, Muta, and then when you come back, you'll tell us about it, because that is quite something that's happening at Irie FM this morning. I don't know if Shane have a mic, but they can tell us exactly what they're doing this morning. So if you're getting us on the live stream, or if you want to check us out any at all on iriefm.net, it is being broadcast for free. Is it, Shane? Is it being broadcast for free? Please wave if it is. There you go. So just log on to iriefm.net, and they'll be able to see also the live stream plus listen to the audio. This is being done with, how many cameras do we have, Shane? 3? 4? Okay.
Shane that. We don't know that Shane.
That is Shane Gohigan from IT department. So we have Mark. Yes, Mark.
Shane, wave if you see me.
Hi again, Shane. Don't wave anymore.
Okay. Anytime you think about Shane Clark, you think about
Shane Clark is in the studio.
Okay.
Right. So Mark Hudson, Shane Gohigan, Jermaine Byfield, and Romaine Murray, and that's Romaine beside Shane. Wave if that's you, Romaine. We just like the waving. We just like the waving from the roof, right? And they're controlling the live stream this morning all the way into into tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not telling a lie, you know. You know, say this man in the hotel room, and I expect Jai Morgan to wake me.
I know, you know. I know. You know, I thought so.
No, I say wait. I get the car. It's a local team, things are working. I say wait. I expect Jai Morgan to wake me. But why you love Jai Morgan anyway?
And Joy, you should have done it, Joy, because you should have, you know, that was you should have done it. All right.
You look, before me forget, I two things I want to before we forget. That make you go on it.
Yeah.
One, I don't think we allow no more car inside there. So anybody who come with them car, which part them for park? Money go them for park.
Monique is our broadcast assistant. Come this way, Monique. We're a producer on the stage. Come with
Yeah. Tell them for park.
Good morning. They can park at Coconut Grove.
Which part of the Coconut Grove there?
Across from irie FM.
Okay. So, well, you know that anybody coming in now, we're not allowing no more car inside as well, because in time I want to come out, I want to come out.
Muta, it's not about you.
And the next thing now, before I forget, you know, because if I don't remember this, so I'm going to create the world at all.
Yes.
I want to heal up my listeners in a North Korea.
Wow.
And Pakistan.
Wow.
Yeah, the brethren them say, look at Muta. Mine send Taliban over the pay, you know. So I remember. We want to heal up the brethren them in a Pakistan who are listening, supposed to be right now, and I want to heal up the brethren them in a North Korea. Some Jamaican youth we are work over there.
All right, brilliant. Yeah. We really want to say, because we do not want what you said that would happen if you don't hear.
No, not North Korea, you know, it's South. Not North Korea, you know. I think for that it's South Korea.
It's South Korea because
South Korea. No, it's South Korea.
It's South Korea.
Yeah, South Korea. The brethren they listen to from. Yeah.
All right, and our volunteers on the ground this morning are Shanna Evans, Casey Gray, Paula Moncrief, Claudine Clark, Tracy and Morris, Karen Francis Edwards, Jody and Dawkins, and Vivian Stewart. Our attendants, Jacqueline Johnson, Carol Campbell, Peter Bend, William Frater, Dwight Baldwin, Carlton Lewis, Doubleday, Roydell Wise, and Mr. Spencer, of course. And also we have our very, very special guests who will be participating in our discussions this morning, and we'll tell you about them in a little while. But Muta, we just want to do a quick look at what is coming up inside of today's program. We welcome to Jamaica a hearty welcome, someone who you met before, and before he came to Jamaica, who you interviewed just earlier this week also. Chairman Omali Ishtela, they call him the last man standing. We should ask him why. Veteran of a black revolution of 1960, a former leader in the student nonviolent movement, leader of the Uhuru movement, chairman of the African Socialist International, political theoretician. He's also founder of the Burning Spear newspaper, and we'll tell you much more about him later on. As we said before, he's an organizer for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee back in the days with Stokely Carmichael and so on. He's actually been he was actually imprisoned, and we're going to tell you about that. He got a 5-year sentence for tearing down a racist mural in St. Petersburg, Florida City Hall, and that you'll hear much more about later on. But he formed the African People's Socialist Party and sat on the first African Liberation Day Committee in the United States. He's also known for his work with reparations and for organizing one of the first and most well-known reparations conference in the United States. Chairman Omali Ishtela will tell you much more about him as the morning goes by, but he's going to be our very special guest speaker this morning. Also this morning, I don't know if you've met her, but she was with us at the meet and greet at Neighbor Village.
Raquel, the poet.
Yes, Raquel Brown Gaston, doing very, very well in the United States, and also here in well, not just here in Jamaica, but across the world. Written her first novel, fast becoming a bestseller, but also a playwright. She got a movie deal already.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
What kind of movie?
A movie for her book, Deadly Instincts. And she's all
Deadly Instinct. It sounds like,
yes, you want to be in it.
It sounds like,
but you know, read
Fatal Attraction.
Yes. But it's espionage and all of that. But Shango, you can get any role you want, Shango.
Yeah. Not from the name Deadly Instinct.
Right.
It sounds like Fatal Attraction.
You're gonna have to have a girlfriend.
Yeah. No, me up to that, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, me up to that.
All right, but we saw you in Shango. We saw you in Shango, by the way. Sankofa. We should just call that movie Shango. But Muta, that was some good acting, you know.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
You know, one of the things that I tell people about this all the time, but I never really tell you. But one of the things that I really one of the highlights of my very short life on earth was to sit down in a venue and watch Sankofa
with the actor
in the venue.
Oh,
you
know? At Portland, last year.
Right, at Great Huts at the film festival. We look around and guess what did we see? We're watching the movie and Shango is there doing him thing, and then the movie done and you just look and there's Shango sitting beside
you. And then rain start fall.
But so Raquel Brown-Gaston will be with us here, and you'll be hearing from her this morning. We're also very, very happy to welcome Brother Sababu N. Plata, editor of some of the books by Amos Wilson. As a matter of fact, Blueprint for Black Power. Amos Wilson transcended before that book could be totally finished, but the draft was there. Most of what was needed to be there was there, and he actually took that up with others and published that, edited that, and we're grateful to him for that. So that is Brother Sababu N. Plata. He's also executive editor of African World Infosystems, which he started together with Dr. Amos Wilson. He himself is an author of Black on Black Violence and Heal Thyself for Help. Welcome back. We're inside of the irie FM courtyard, coming to you live on this day, this very, very special day, our annual tribute to Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey.
Yeah, you was talking about the panel discussion, Team Black Power, Garveyism in the age of globalization, and you talk about Sababu. You know, I remember the book Black on Black Violence. We used to sell it a couple years ago. But
in books about
in books about us. And part of the panels that we have here is Tekla Mekfet, which is, a lot of you know Tekla Mekfet. He has done running African here and cutting edge, yes. Educator, author, journalist, Pan-Africanist. He was also the vice principal at Brownstone Community College,
and the principal of the Senance Bay branch of the Brownstone Community College.
Oh, yeah? Okay. And then you have Imhotep Rahu Kemet, coordinator of the African Liberation Movement and Pan-Africanist. I don't know him. Tell me who is it.
That's Dr. Arthur Green with his African name.
Yeah, I joke.
You know, I know you know Muta. Let me just say go ahead. While we say thanks to our sponsors.
Arthur. I'm going to take your name Green, you know. I'm going to take that name then.
And you know, you already have the other name, Williams.
So we have, doctor, but we're going to say Imhotep. Well, from his name, Imhotep, he's supposed to be a doctor.
Exactly.
Yeah, yes. From his name, Imhotep, he's supposed to be a doctor. And then we have Supreme Venture Draw.
At 8:30, it's going to be there. The cash pot draw will come your way at 8:30, yes. And you talked about the panel discussion that's coming up in the program, Muta, under the theme, well, Black Power has been the focus, One Africa, One Nation, unity has been the focus. I mean, you play, and you play this quite often in recent times, a short speech from someone purporting to be a white man talking about the failure of the African race, literally African people, to achieve black power, and saying why, you know, Africans have failed to be that powerful, even though the slogan black power has been around for such a long time. Now, black or white, whoever he is, and you know, he's making some very, very good points. Yes.
And you know, one of the things why it come across very powerful, you know, that sometimes black people don't want to hear black people tell them about black people business. So when them think that they might hear a white man, them respond to it different. And
that's quite a shame, isn't it?
Terrible.
We want to welcome in our midst, and I'm very, 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 very happy to welcome Queen Mother Marian Samad, who has joined us this morning. This is a really big surprise for me. Yes, we got here just about the same time. Yes, Queen Mother Samad is here with us. Thank you so much, Queen Mother, for making the trip here. So the program will be in 3 segments. Today, of course, we're broadcasting Running African all the way to 11:45, just before we get to the newscast. And then that's the time that you will be playing black music, Muta.
What time?
11:45.
Okay. 11:45, no problem.
Okay.
I look probably like...
Yeah, because you asked me what time.
Yeah, we cover it all. 11:45, okay.
So,
all right, some of the people that you'll be seeing today, we say Professor.Vereen Shepherd. Professor Vereen Shepherd, has just been elected on the United Nations, what do you call it? She's United Nations.
Right. We're going to get the correct term before we make any mistakes.
She's the chairperson of the National Commission on Reparations. She has been in and out, here and there and everywhere, really standing up for this cause. And we must really give thanks and appreciate what she's doing, no matter what you think and believe. She has been really on the ball, and we really appreciate it.
Relentlessly.
Professor Vereen Shepherd.
Relentlessly.
Yes.
She's also the Vice Chair of the CARICOM Reparations Committee.
Oh yes, I must mention that too. And then we have Steve Goldyn, who is the President of the Kingston Division of the UNIA.
I think he's the President General of the UNIA in Jamaica, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
And we have, as part of the oneness of Africa, we will be drawing from the different African retentive communities in Jamaica. And when we talk about African retention, we have to talk about the Maroons of Jamaica. And we will be having Maroons from Akompong, and we're having Maroons from Moortown, and we're having Maroons from Charlestown
and Trelawney Town.
I mean, there's a wide cross section of Maroon community that a lot of people still don't tap into. Because most of the time when you talk about the Maroons in Jamaica, people think of Kojo and Akompong. But on the other side of Jamaica, the east side of Jamaica, we have a large community. I was invited there this year to a Charlestown, where they had this wonderful celebration, and it was really good to see a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot of young people, but people who, is not necessarily into that, but it is good that you can draw them in sometime, and very important now that we draw in young people.
And talking about young people, look at those little ones coming in Muta. 1, 2, 3. I think they're between the ages of 1.
They look like them come here by themselves.
And 5.
That one look like I drive.
You mean the 5-year-old?
Yeah, look like I drive. Come back, I put on the bag and the other one take it up.
Yeah, the 3-year-old took it up. Well, we're just guessing at their ages because they're pretty young. I don't know if Shane can see them here.
No, the one is about 1.5 years old.
The one is, yes.
Right. God back at the car,
As we welcome our guests and welcome the many persons who are streaming into the courtyard of irie FM. Thank you so much for coming in. If you haven't left yet, we encourage you to, cover your head because it's going to get hot later on. And don't feel away for sling a chair over your shoulder if you can. Because
bring chair.
Yeah,
bring one for me too.
Take a chair. But we're providing chairs in a little while. But just to let you know that we are coming to you live from the courtyard. It is our very special tribute, and there's something that we usually mention at this time. We mentioned it when we started way back in the day, and we have mentioned it every single year since that. And it's coincidental, it would appear, but maybe it is not. And even though he's no longer with us, today is the birth date of Chad Young, who was born on the very same date as Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And his mother actually sent me a note this morning to say, could you please mention Chad this morning? She's not here. She sent her apologies that she couldn't make it, but to say, please mention Chaddy, she says.
Since Chad passed away, we have made a special effort. There is a jingle that Chad did when he was like 6 years old.
Yes.
Reggae radio.
Yes.
I've made a concerted effort every week.
Yes.
On the 2 program them to play that.
I've heard you. Yes.
Really, because it's really sad that a young man like that could have passed with so and then now leave this. And to see that this is still happening. So we could have even do it in a film name too.
Yes.
We know it's a Marcus Garvey celebration. But
which is and if you do it in a young name you'll be fine because his dad insisted on it.
Yes.
When he was still a child. And he came and maintained it. Our new managing director is Debbie Andua, and she's also ensuring that this remains.
Yeah, so I'm going to suggest to you as the program manager and what's your name? Debbie and
our managing director.
If the next time when it is done not only in the name of Marcus Garvey, but Chad.
So if we say the irie FM...
Yes, because it says the birthday, Chad Young. No, I'm serious.
I heard you. Yes.
If you not do, I'm gonna have something.
Right, and if you don't do it, me you're gonna have something.
No, if you don't do it, I'm gonna fire the whole out, including them yard.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I hope to see you next year.
Yes, I'm gonna have to see it.
All right. All right, so an interesting program coming up this morning and throughout the rest of the day inside of our very, very special tribute to Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey. You're inside of the Africa Forum. It is Running African, coming to you live from the courtyard of irie FM. Just want to describe a scene inside of a courtyard because we've got an African marketplace in all its glory going on inside, and I'm quite sure that many of the marketers overnighted right here.
Yeah, when I come here, some of them was here.
Yes, and they were here when you left last night.
Yeah.
Right. So really, really a beautiful sight in terms of the layout of a tent, a very, very colorful tent in the yard. We must say thanks to Errol, who decorated our stage and decorated the yard.
No, I'm telling you, the stage move up, believe you me. Good backline, with nice rigging and things. Yes. The stage move up. It gone international. Right?
It gone international. Yeah. All right. So thank you so much for doing this, Errol. Really, really good job in terms of the decor this morning. Great work on the grounds, Kishima Francis. All right. We're going to be, I was describing the scene in the yard.
Me like the color of the tent them that never go for pure white tent.
Right.
But it a multiplicity of different colors, even though the green and the orange stand out.
Yes.
But
and the red and the blue.
But me like the different colors.
Right.
Instead of the pure
Muta, we really have green and orange tent. You notice that. Look here, we have blue, green, blue, orange, red, green, blue. Right?
Not funny. We stand out with red, gold, and green. I don't know.
Exactly. The black and the red and the gold and the green really shine.
Rainbow colors.
Exactly.
As adapted by a certain set of people too.
Yes. Wow. Let's not go down that road this morning. All right. So our very specially invited guests are actually coming in, and we're going to be going into a panel discussion shortly. But also to let you know that the panel discussion, of course, focusing on Black Power, Garveyism in the age of globalism. Not entirely our words, but we've found it fitting to use those this morning. And as you heard Muta said before, there are very special guests who will be part of that. Tekla, Mekfet, Brother Sababu and Plata, Imhotep, Rahu, Kimet, and later on we'll hear from our very special guest speaker, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. We'll also hear from our specially invited guest, Raquel Brown-Gaston, who is here. Let us also say thanks to the Nation of Islam, because they're also part of the security detail here this morning. And when the Nation of Islam is part of a security detail, it's always good security.
That's what I'm telling you, the things step up, Entire years, the Nation of Islam provides security, and so the things step up. when you say IT department, the top of
on the roof, yes. There is Mark. Mark is here now. Hey, Mark.
Mark. Me like Mark,
Yeah, Black Power.
Me like Mark.
Black Power, Mark. Black Power. All right, so Mark is heading up the team. and we said before, Nation of Islam, providing security in terms of for the chairman and so on. Head of our security detail on the ground, though, before he takes us off a stage, is Mr. Matthews.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Who am I going to take over the stage?
Me and you for that.
No, man, why can't take that? Come on, where you get that from? Take off the stage.
Head of our security detail.
Ask me, please, if I could exit.
There you go, there you go. But because we didn't say. All right. Okay, we're starting our panel discussion in just about 2 minutes.
We just Tekla come in, you know. Tekla, we just
yes,
come in.
Yes. We want to mention some of the items that will be here, available here in the courtyard, and we also want to pay special tribute and to say thanks to our sponsors this morning. Thank you so much for being part of the program, and I'm sure you have at least Muta of our sponsors who have come on board with us this morning. Delexis at Petcom, Delexis Pharmacy at Petcom, right around 10 o'clock, Muta. Monique College, and we want to say thanks to them as usual. You know, we must say a very special thanks to Mr. Booth of Petcom for always not even asking a question when you say it's time again for the tribute to Mwalimu Marcus Messiah Garvey. He says, okay.
Petcom the Dr. Virgin? Under the Dr. Virgin?
No, right here beside Irie.
Yeah, no,
Mr. Booth.
but no, we have to give thanks to the Dr. Virgin too, you know, we own the farmer, we do the pharmacy over there.
Okay, so. It's the same
building.
Same business.
Yeah, the same business.
Yeah, Delexis Pharmacy at
Virgin there is very receptive to Irie FM, you know.
Yeah, Nigel. How are you doing, Nigel? I just saw him.
Him there?
He's here, man.
Yeah, man.
Because that is the booth. If you come in, you can go straight to the... Hi, Nigel.
I am that. Yeah. Oh, you hear me a big up, brethren. Yeah, man. I can't let him out. All
right, Pat Clark is on the ground, and we'll be talking to him later on. The Money College, let me just say thanks to Brother Isaacs, the principal of Money College, Howard Isaacs, who is also and always very receptive to our program. He's probably here, or is he here? Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much. Marvelous Water also, you know, there with Irie FM all along the way.
Which part Marvelous Water?
Marvelous Water, you've interviewed. Okay. What was the original name for Marvelous Water?
Miracle Water,
right.
Him there?
Of course. Yeah, one of our main sponsors.
Well, I tell you, man, the man all over the world, you know, believe you be.
All right. Right here, Miracle Water.
Yes. And Noranda backside.
And we welcome Noranda backside.
Them up in the cockpit country.
They are all over Jamaica, so we welcome them.
All right.
We welcome.
I do it. So you tiptoe it.
No, I'm not tiptoe it. You ask them in the cockpit country. They're not just in the cockpit country.
They're everywhere.
They're all over Jamaica. Right, so the Noranda backside company, welcome.
Noranda backside, all right. Lifespan spring water.
Yes. And to go back to Noranda, if you're taking, it's good to give back.
All right. Now, let us not go there.
Lifespan spring water.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right. To our sponsors this morning on the ground here.
But we see some people also where we hear that Pat Clark going interview them.
Right. And
Janak. What's Janak?
Janak also another sponsor. Janak is here on the ground.
Where them do?
And we'll find out in a little while.
Okay. Yes. Island Dairies.
On the ground here.
Rada.
Welcome, Rada, also here.
We will see some suckers inside them. We will want some sucker, you know. Anybody out there who have sucker, bring them, come give me.
Right. Rada is here, so I know it's going to be good.
Vegetable sucker, right, yeah.
Yes.
Liquid Herbal Nitro.
I think Liquid Herbal is right behind you there.
Okay. Yes. It's a boom drink, that too?
Yeah.
Explosive.
Is it explosive? Liquid Herbal? Oh, they got a beautiful spot.
It's a Nitro.
Yeah, Muta, they're looking really good behind us, sir.
Okay.
They've set up a kind of a, wow, that look good. What is it?
Bar and thing.
It's not bar, man. It just look like...
Bar no mean liquor go sell in there.
Well, there you go. But they look kind of park-like, you know?
Okay.
It's about, you notice?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah, red and green and all them stuff there.
It's a different kind of setting from Liquid Herbal Nitro.
Okay.
All right, so those are, thank you so much to our sponsors for coming on board and for allowing us, helping us to make this event free and accessible to the public. We also want to welcome, coming in from the Bahamas, Mr. Alex Morley. Mr. Morley, of course, is representative with the with Omale Yeshitela's organization, the Uhuru movement, and as I said before, a movement that is worldwide, and movement that is worldwide. And Mr. Alex Morley came in last night, came down on the Knutsford Express.
All right.
Yes, and we have to pick him up down at this place there. So that is the kind of commitment.
Money, you hear that?
That you have. All right, as we make way for our panel discussion that will be coming up next. Of course, we're looking at Black Power, Garveyism in the Age of Globalism. Going to be hearing from all the Maroon Colonels this morning. They will be making a presentation throughout the program. As you said before, we'll be hearing from Professor Vereen Shepherd, chair of the National Reparation Commission.
We never mentioned the mayor.
The mayor.
St. Ansby is supposed to be here.
As a matter of fact, in a little while, the mayor
is here,
will
right?
be... The mayor has arrived. Thank you very much, Mr. Matthews. That is Mr. Matthews. Okay. The mayor has arrived and will be delivering the Marcus Garvey, Mwalimu Marcus Messiah Garvey message. We do have that message every year. The Marcus Garvey message is actually the words of Mwalimu Marcus Messiah Garvey himself, which still remain relevant.
Oh, we did do something like that with a group of last
right.
time. I say
Yes, that was the point. But we still always have a separate message, which is usually delivered from downtown. With Jackie Roots and the UNIA children.
The marching.
Right, so for those persons...
So why we don't have the march this year? Tune and water?
No, because we lack of sponsorship in terms of carrying the event in the way that we usually carry it, which is the march from downtown with the cadets, and 200 or so marches usually come up from downtown. Right, a very big production, and we thank Jackie Roots, and also thanks to Mr. Ray Hamilton of the Interschool Secondary Brigade, who have always made themselves available with the cadets and with the UNIA children to make this available.
The mayor for St. Mary was here last year?
The mayor was here for Mr. Freeman from St. Mary, not that I know, but for St. Anne's Bay.
Okay, the mayor from last year.
The mayor from, right, Mr. Okay. Well, we know that from St. Mary we had a member of parliament last year and so on, but we also had the St. Anne's Bay mayor from St. Anne's Bay, Mayor Gilmore, presenting the Garvey speech last year, the Garvey message, and he will be doing that again.
So it's not the mayor from
this year.
St. Mary?
No, St. Anne's Bay.
Oh, because we don't really want to create no problem at the market either.
What about St. Mary?
We really have a yam for pick with the mayor of St. Mary.
All right, go and pick
your parish.
Go and pick it. That's why I'm telling you, go and pick it.
Yeah, because here one now. After them mash up a road, well, them not fix the road properly down the road, that's all. I don't remember. Like you have part of Rockabetta there, and they make a little bypass road. Oh,
just below Idlewild, going into Galena, coming out of Galena, going into Port Maria.
I'm going to say, boy, right now, it can't work that way because every time me pass there, truck man a blow me down, taxi man a blow me down, and I say, Muta, you can't talk about it and make the man them fix the road. Me go call the mayor now, and the mayor say, right now, we must call somebody else. And me I say, but we...
The mayor say to call a member of parliament?
Yeah, me I say...
I figure,
yeah, but... I mean, in me call.
Yeah, because I would think that is a job of the parish council, so I understand why
it's like him I say that is not, it's like me call you now and you're going to tell me now, say, boy, right now, you can't talk to me. You can't, somebody say, Cabo said you can't talk to me.
Yeah, that is sacrilegious.
So, but you see it fixed now, you know. 2 weeks after I see it fixed, you know.
It's not fixed.
Yeah, man.
I mean,
the main road not fixed, but the part we needed that.
Oh, okay, that part.
Yeah, because it was a problem to go round, to come round. So them fix it nice, you know, but me I say, right, now that them fix it, now look like them now fix the main road again.
Well, that is
that's
the thing.
That's them people that stay, you know. So me will call me, you know, because me call man to go be me and him talk to me.
Right.
So me I say, me never do nothing wrong to call me. And if you call Angela, she will talk to me too.
Yes.
But we don't know where come from, Brit.
Yes,
are you a friend, you know? He said Mary.
St. Mary, then another, well, I don't have any enemies in St. Mary, do I?
No, I never say I have enemy. You say you're a friend.
Right, so my thing is that St. Mary is a special kind of soil. So you have to deal in fixing roads in St. Mary. I think where are the engineers? You have to deal with it with the land in St. Mary differently than how you deal with the roads, making roads in any other part of Jamaica. And I don't know where else is like St. Mary because the land is always slipping.
Yeah.
So it's a soil.
But me not like when me call
that is
a
loamy
man
soil and none of the soil.
responsible for something, he might tell me say like, you know, me find it insulting. You know.
Yeah, because the mayor has the parish council has a responsibility, and the position of a mayor has a responsibility to respond to questions about roads in the community.
And if me go on and need the mayor and all of them people, they know, they go say, boy, right now, we never get no money if you do this, and we never get no money if you do that. And I say, all right, so let me talk to the man who's supposed to be responsible, the ultimate person to be responsible. So, I don't know, that's why, you see, anyway.
Well, Dr. Maurice, guys, is a member of parliament, and he's been doing a great job in St. Mary. I know people are going to say, lies, but we think he has been doing a pretty good job. But Dr. Guy, you can also fix the roads in Hopewell, sir. Hopewell, St. Mary in serious condition. I want to welcome to the courtyard of IRFM, Jackie Roots, and the UNI children.
Sweet.
And we just said, you heard, you know what we just said, but here they are coming in the red, black, and green.
You know, she line them out from the shortest to the tallest.
Yes.
They come down like a pyramid.
And the shortest is about...
How much her birthday is? About 1.5?
2.
2 years old.
That's the youngest one. All right. So here we have quite a few children. This is something that we always like to see when the children come in. And the gentleman you see walking across the courtyard of IRFM now is the Mayor of St. Anne's Bay, who is Mayor Gilmore, who has 2 serious...
Hey, the mayor outfit look like something out of Ghana, though, you know.
Yes.
It don't look like, like where they would have wearing a Ghana.
True.
I wonder if that's where them get it from, even though a queen business.
Quite possible. But
like
most of, but you see a lot of the regal regalia that the British use actually.
Yeah, the African
yes. We welcome to the stage Mayor of St. Anne's Bay. It's time for us to present to you the Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey message being presented by the Mayor of St. Anne's Bay, Mr. Desmond Gilmore, now taking the podium. Greetings to you, Mayor. Greetings, sir. Welcome. We the mayor's regalia is red robe, red and black robe.
Me like the gold chain, brethren. Me like the gold chain. I hope it's a real gold chain, you know. Nobody have them ear don't wear no gold, you know. Them teeth a whole heap of gold from Africa there.
We turn it over now to the podium with the Marcus Garvey, Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey Day message. Mayor of St. Anne's Bay, in the words of Mr. Marcus Garvey himself, the mayor reading Mr. Desmond Gilmore.
The black man stands at the crossroads of human destiny. He is at the place where he must either step forward or backward. If he goes backward, he dies. If he goes forward, it will be with the hope of a greater life. Those of us who have developed our minds scientifically are compelled by duty to step out among the millions of the unthinking masses and convince them of the seriousness of the age in which we live. From Adam and Eve, we are either on the way to a higher racial existence or racial extermination. This much is known and realized by every thoughtful race and nation. Hence, we have the death struggles of the different races of Europe and Asia in the scramble of the survival of the fittest race. As we look at things, we see that the great world in which we live has undergone much change since the time of the creation. The tragedy of race extinction when the colonists of America desired possession of the land, they saw that a weak aboriginal race was in their way. What did they do? They got hold of them, killed them, and buried them underground. This is a fair indication of what will happen to the weaker peoples of the world in another 200 or 300 years, when the stronger races will have developed themselves to the position of complete mastery of all things material. They will not then, as they have not in the past, allow a weak and defenseless race to stand in their way, especially if in their doing so, they will endanger their happiness, their comfort, and their pleasures. These are the things that strike the thoughtful African as being dangerous. And these are the things that cause us who make up the Universal Negro Improvement Association to be fighting tenaciously for the purpose of building up a strong African race so as to make it impossible for us to be exterminated in the future to make room for the stronger races, even as the North American Indian has been exterminated to make room for the great white man on this North American continent. The illiterate and shallow-minded African who can see no farther than his nose is now the greatest stumbling block in the way of this race. He tells us that we must be satisfied with our condition, that we must not think of building up a nation of our own, that we must not seek to organize ourselves racially, but that we must depend upon the good feeling of the other fellow for the solution of the problem that now confronts us. This is a dangerous policy, and it is my duty to warn the 400 million Africans of the world against this kind of a leadership that will try to make Africans believe that all will be well without their taking upon themselves the task of bettering their condition politically, industrially, educationally, and otherwise. The time has come for those of us who have the vision of the future to inspire our people to a closer kingship, to a closer love of self, because it is only through this appreciation of self-will will we be able to rise to that higher life that will make us not an extinct race in the future, but a race of men fit to survive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Gilmore, Mayor of St. Anne's Bay, Desmond Gilmore. And as you have the microphone there, Mayor Gilmore, very, very potent. And I know you have to go, but we give you 2 minutes. Please sit with us for 2 minutes if you don't mind. Very potent message there from the words of Mwalimu Marcus Messiah Garvey himself, and strong points about leadership, which I know it is, here you are as a mayor of St. Anne's Bay, a leader, and also in a little while, you know, you're heading, where are you heading in a little while, Mayor?
I am heading to a selection conference in St. Anne's Bay.
Where am I going?
I'm seeking to represent this constituency at another level.
Okay. Mayor, I have one question I want to ask you. We don't care which part of the day. If I call you about something pertaining to St. Anne, you're not going to put me onto somebody else?
Certainly not. I answer my phone myself.
You answer your phone yourself?
Yes, I do.
All right, sir. So, I'm going to call the mayor, and the mayor now going to put me onto some subordinate. Because I don't like talk to subordinate, you know. I like talk to the big man.
And especially as an elected representative, you are the ones who the person elected, they want to...
No, I never elect you still, but I just tell you, say... I just tell you, say... If some... You see, when I call somebody, it's because the people them asking for do it, you know. So, me like talk to the big man. So you are the big man, and so I want to talk to you. That means you're not going to tell me, say you're not talk to me, I have to talk to somebody else. Because
I guess we have a lot in common. We both represent the people.
Okay, sir. So, I'm glad to hear you say that.
Mayor, just before you go, we're still talking about the home of Mwalimu Marcus Messiah Garvey. We've been talking about that forever. There's a lot of talk. Can you give us any update as what's happening with that?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to do so this morning. I think the matter is still being discussed with the Jamaican National Heritage Trust. And that is where it is at. But hopefully, when next we meet like this next year,
yes,
we will be able to say something far more definitive.
Or by that time we'll be able to say something has been done.
It has been done,
in
yes.
the interim. And one final question before you go, Mayor, since we have you sitting there. We know there are plans to develop the Roaring River property, and that is where, and I'm not taking you by surprise, Mayor, that's where Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey, his family was enslaved. What can you tell us about where we are with the plans? We heard Minister Omar Davies saying recently that is something that is being looked into now because that information is new. Can you give us any information on that?
No, the discussion has not yet reached my level. It is still in its conceptual
stage. It hasn't reached your level yet.
So I have
not the big man in that.
I have the same information that you have.
But you just told Muta that you're not putting us off. You won't push us to anybody else. It's just like, right?
No, I'm certainly not. Once I have the information, when Muta calls, on behalf of the people, I will be obliged to pass that information on.
Okay, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and do have a wonderful day.
All right. I'm here talk now, you know.
No, we're here, man.
All right. I'm here talk now. There are the here talk to. What name? Omar Davies.
The minister, yes.
We call Pearl Child irrelevant relic.
Yes.
Him kind of relic it too, you know, but him go like him not relic it too. Him a Pearl Child in the log side way, but I know that we are talking about. Me hear you call him one time and ask him about if he knows Marcus Garvey have some connection with down there, so. And him say him go check it out.
Right.
Him call you know because I never know. I know you did call him the next time.
No.
Him call you know and I talk about the China thing and the China that and the China that. Now you are asking him now. So did you check out the thing, the original thing where we are work with? It's like him a go around it, you know. That's why I don't like talk to politicians or the way though, because I know you ask him the specific thing where him supposed to go back, go check out and come back. And him come back and I talk about something different and address the thing where you ask him. I hope you don't interview him again, you know.
No, I'll interview him again because I see the person responsible for, because he has oversight for what China is doing in Jamaica.
Yeah, but the Marcus Garvey thing he was supposed to go check out.
No, but that is directly responsible to what China is doing in Jamaica.
Yeah.
We have to make that connection because China is about to develop the Roaring River property. And we're not against development, you're just making that clear. But what we're against is a kind of development that steps in the neck and step in the throat and strangles
our heritage.
Our heritage.
Yeah.
Right, so that if you develop that property into a commercial high-rise or low-rise hotel tourist, European tourist situation, it means that you're walking on the grave, literally, of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, who is your first national hero. So that is why I am taking my time making that connection for the minister.
So if Robert Hill, which is a scholar Robert Hill has produced and published the biggest volumes of Marcus Garvey work, them like about 6 volumes or more, a thick book bigger than the Bible, a Marcus Garvey thing, and you did a give him a homework for though. Go check it out.
Yes.
Where take him call Robert Hill and say, Robert Hill, me hear this lady on the radio talk foolishness, you know, it's what you talk about. I mean, I understand how it takes so long to go find out.
And if you notice, Muta, Robert Hill was in the studio a few weeks ago, just 2 or so weeks ago, talking about that very same research. Yeah. And talking about the very same information that
and him verified. He
verified it, yes. So so we really do have a struggle, and even as we pay tribute to on the eve of the birth date of Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey in St. Anne, even as we pay tribute to St. Anne, and we have and another thing, remember that we have invited, the mayor was just here, but we have invited, say for example, the Minister of Culture to be here this morning. But the PNP I think is also having a kind of conference situation today, and so can you imagine a kind of conference situation the PNP having on the birthday of, say, Norman Manley, or who are the other people? Now just think about it, and you're having it in St. Anne too, or wherever else that you're having it.
Tomorrow and birthday.
No, they're having it this weekend. So the thing for me is
the birthday celebration, man.
No, they're not having no birthday. So you don't have any birthday celebration?
No, but me just give them. Me don't want to see them a relic, that's why me don't want to see them a relic.
Give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Well, make a take a break and give them the benefit.
Yeah.
We take a break.
Relic.
Muta, looks like about 29 degrees or 30.
The temperature is getting hot.
The time courtesy of Huggies is...
Time definitely now is 7:15. You're inside of the Africa Forum. It is Running African as we welcome the brethren and the sistren and the just the people who are streaming and who are coming in nicely dressed and nicely turned out to the courtyard of irie FM. Thank you so much. Remember, we tell you if you're coming from far and you haven't headed out yet, you haven't started out yet, swing a chair.
Yeah. All right, I can go back to this roaring river though.
Yes.
Yeah, I can go back
just as we welcome our guests to the stage, for Brother Sababu in Plata, Tekla Mekfet, educator, author, journalist, Pan-Africanist, Imhotep, Rahul Kimet Ba, who are joining us in this segment of the discussion. Yes, Muta.
All right. The idea of developing the roaring rivers by the Chinese, as you say, you not really fight against development. But you think say the part where Marcus Garvey communite, you think them should have bypassed that or just recognize it?
We bypass the area, but we don't know the area.
Well, him tell you that the area is further west.
No, he's telling me that the area that is identified for development is further west. But that was that property, the Roaring River property, is an entire
part
property.
of the further west.
Right. Yeah, the entire property. So further west is where you can't say further west is where Marcus Garvey parents were enslaved.
Yeah, further west is like
further east.
Where we there, so now this is further west.
Right.
Yeah.
So we still have an issue. We still have an issue because even if you environmentally speaking, if you go further west, you might be going from the water sources.
Yeah.
But it don't matter how further west you go on the Roaring River property, you're still on the property on which Marcus Garvey.
So what would be a reasonable
if you're going to develop that any at all, make it into Tekla Mekfet as a proposal for a polytechnic. Put that idea in, stretch the Marcus Garvey High School because it's on a very small compound. Take it down there and make it into something like that. But don't develop it. Don't give it
the land there where them say Marcus Garvey relative was.
Right.
Okay. So that would be a decent.
That for me that would be yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And then that again is just, and that is development. That is not development, Muta.
Yes.
And development is not just.
Well, maybe them listening again because obviously was listening to your wife call back again.
So Muta, I'm gonna ask you something. Where's the sewage? You build. If you notice the building, the hotel development along the coast, from Negril Point to Moran Point, the high-rise hotels and so on. Where all that sewage going?
The sewage are going at the mouth of the Jamaican people who are swim down there.
All right.
No. And some of the tourists too good at, so them import sewage by way of fertilizer.
Yes.
In Jamaica.
Yes.
Maybe not funny if somehow Jamaican sewage going at some of them.
So, in the fertilizer, or you mean in the sea?
No, in the sea. If you go back, they can't go back to America.
But you see, and that's the thing, and this is pretty serious. I don't know if you have seen the documentary by our sister Esther Figueroa, Jamaica for Sale.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
We play for
right, yeah. Oh yeah, it's true. But that, I mean, there's some great journalism, showing you exactly what's happening on the coastline of Jamaica and the extent to which we have tourism being developed. And not just the sewage, but how ordinary Jamaicans, how Jamaican citizens are being pushed off their land and being excluded from properties and from areas that they grew up on.
Yeah. But what hurt me too is that you have white people, American white people who come to Jamaica and recognize this problem, and keep presenting it to them. Because me know of people, white people, American, who is very into environmental this and environmental that, and them pressuring the government and people in the government to deal with certain things, and them just can't come to grips with the reality and the situation where them are really, where them confront to the. I don't know what else to take for people though, because we are telling them, white people, America tell them what it going to happen, what it going to cause. And them just not listen.
And we say this almost every year. Here we are now talking about One Africa. Here we are talking about how do we achieve that power and what do we mean by black power. We're going to go into that conversation. In the meantime, I just want to say thanks to all those persons who are gathering in the courtyard of Irie FM and to the little ones especially who are coming in the sun. Yes, thank you so much for coming in. We want to go into the second segment of our discussion. We want to talk with our panels in this segment. This program today is divided into the three segments in terms of the broadcast. So first segment is the Africa Forum, which will go until 11:45, and then into news. And the third segment includes an hour of black music being played by Muta. And right after that, we go to our sister Amina Blackwood Meeks. Thank her so much for coming in every year for the cultural performances. And you mentioned the performers who will be on stage this morning. We also have a unity call, and the unity call will feature the Abeng blowers from the different maroon communities represented here this morning. They will be on stage and doing that Abeng for a few minutes. That should be beautiful, Muta.
The Abeng is always something to behold, you know. I mean, given that it is also African retentive and it has been maintained here by especially the Maroons. But you know, if it was Africa, you're there, you know, so you'd have a man stand up over, with the umbrella to guard you from the sun. Some don't know which man want to take that job there right now. For guard Cabo from the sun.
You sure say me want guard from the sun?
No, you want guard from me.
Me want guard.
No, me alright, you know. Me a son man, you know. You can't burn fire. But probably I said, I know it's true, me love you, me protect you. You need some sun.
Me a man stand over me with an umbrella.
You don't need it.
No, I don't really need it, but if you say me need it, me
no, you need it, because me ask money to turn up behind you, but you said it's about G2. I said, so what?
Oh, the sun really hot on my back there.
I don't know, but that's what I said, no.
So my face look alright?
Yeah, but it's so rich. No, it's so rich. Oh, your powder, your face from the sun. That's not stop, you know. I saw you go to the sweat, because it's this powder melt.
Me no powder, man.
No, but you need to protect you.
Alright, somebody please protect me.
Yeah. Jiban. Gavin. Get our umbrella, come turn up over Cabo no Rasta.
Alright, Jaban. I think, and then move to the third segment of the program will feature the stage show performances now, which will include.
I mean, in the night.
That's in the night.
Evening,
that's in the night.
Well, the month of the stage show right now done till tomorrow morning.
And right,
where the lineup there again? Let me see the lineup there.
Kishima is out there somewhere. Will give us a lineup in a little while for that aspect of the. We want to say thanks also to the Nyabingi drummers who are coming in, and you'll also be hearing from them inside of this program. Ras Ivai and the 50 odd drummers from the whole other Nyabingi chant going to be happening here today from across Jamaica. Fafai and the Nyabingi drummers will also be here. I think they're already here. Also Prince Tiba and the Sons of Thunder on the ground here this morning.
Who are the African disciples?
The African disciples, the 12 tribe of Israel group. Okay. But I don't know how many of them will be represented today.
What they're going to do?
Usually, you don't know the African disciples on 12 tribe. I'm saying they have an album, Place Called Earth. Remember Place Called Earth?
Okay.
So, but I don't know how many of them will be represented from the African disciples.
And Ras is a poet from them time who are the owner for the oil.
Who are the owner for the oil?
Okay. So how many see concrete asphalt name?
Concrete asphalt is there, so is Kishima Francis.
Kishima Francis name there.
Right beside Cherry Natural and so on. All right, Monique, thanks so much. Look at your paper, man. You have it.
No, it's not there. It's not there. Yeah, we are hear you. What happened?
No, who is this on air with us?
No, web name, man. No.
Nicholas? Nicholas, please turn off your microphone.
Where are the Nicholas?
Nicholas Francis.
You can't big people and talk about it for it, Rasta.
Nicholas Francis, you're on air.
Hey,
Nicholas, it's not the mixer, it's you.
Nicholas, we are here upon the ear. We are here upon the ear.
As we say, thanks to our sponsors, Money College, your opportunity for success. The Lexus Pharmacy at Petcom Ocho-Rios, open every day, including public holidays. Island Dairies is Jamaica's best. Brown's Dry Cleaning and Laundry and Laundromat, Salt Spring Road and 36 3rd Street, Montego Bay. We keep people clean.
Adwa Nutrition for Life. Let your food be your medicine and your medicine be your food. Ours, United and Mind Power Records promotions of Focus new single. Total Tools, Main Street, Ocho-Rios, Port Antonio, Portland and Slipen Road. Total Tools, we got the tools you need to get the job done. Better wheels, better service, better prices, better wheels. That's what the company name?
Better wheels. Better service, better prices, better wheels.
No, that's the name of the company.
Better wheels is the name of the company.
But it now I'm not come up between it. Better wheels, better service.
That's true. Yes.
No rando backside, we say that already. Marvelous water, we say that already. Prostate infection and
marvelous water, proven to prevent.
Oh, to prevent, we talk about that already. Lifespan, we mentioned lifespan. Bullet Mountain Spring Water, we never mentioned that. Just natural. Pings Fabric, Pings, the real fabric store. RADA, People, Land and Opportunity. Tingles Distributors, TNT Liquidators, home of 8 grand fridge. All that going on.
I'm sure one part
they must sell it for 8 grand.
I don't know.
Okay. The Jamaican National Agency for Accreditation, confirming competence, providing confidence in the marketplace.
Okay, so that is JANAC.
Yeah, we need to find out about them place there,
All right, so thanks very much to our sponsors. We take a quick break. When we come back, we are now joined on stage for those who are in the courtyard and those who are viewing us on the internet at irie.fm.net by our very, very special guests. Tekla Mekfet, educator, author, journalist, Pan-Africanist, Rastafari. Brother Sababu and Plata, editor of books by Amos Wilson. We'll talk about that later. Also executive editor of African World Infosystems, editor of Blueprint for Black Power and author of Black on Black Violence and Heal Thyself for Help. Imhotep Rahu Kimetba, coordinator of the African Liberation Movement, Pan-Africanist and author.
You and I here, they have a very special anthem, and every time we meet, for Garvey, this anthem must be sounded. And the words are saying, 100 million black man, wake up from your sleep.
All right, welcome back. We are live in the courtyard of Irie FM, and as the sun rises in the sky, it's getting pretty hot here, but we welcome you nonetheless and ask that as you come, remember to hydrate yourselves and to cover your heads if you possibly can. Swing a chair too, that would be great. Kabuma at Kiru along with Muta Baruka. In this segment of the program, we'll be going into a short discussion on Black Power. We're looking mainly at the theme that we have been examining, One Africa, since the beginning of the year as we made way and preempted this event that is ongoing here today. Joining us, Brother Sababu in Plata. Brother Sababu, thank you so much for coming in. Welcome. We've had conversations with Brother Sababu on the phones. I don't see your microphone. Do you have your microphone, brother? No? All right. Also with us, Tekla Mekfet. Tekla Mekfet, of course, educator, author, journalist, Pan-Africanist, Rastafari, and Imhotep Rahu Kimetba, coordinator of the African Liberation Movement and Pan-Africanist. Welcome to the program. I want to start with you, Brother Sababu, because you have right in front of you there, Blueprint for Black Power, and I think that is where we're going to start. We mentioned earlier that there is a feature that Muta plays from time to time in which somebody who appears to be a European talks about the fact that black power, the African race has not been able to achieve black power because they're going about it wrong in terms of their dependence on the Europeans. When we say black power from your perspective, what do we mean? What are we talking about?
Yes. We have gone through the enslavement process for a period of 500 years. And after the fall of the European empires, we are now in the position to once more place ourselves in the forefront of history. But it is going to take time, and it takes a tremendous amount of reshaping of thinking, decolonization of the African mind, and re-establishing our purpose, our goals, and our industrial and economic power to really push the full agenda of Black Power.
All right, okay, let's just go around the table and get the initial responses to that question in terms of what does Black Power mean, and then we come back. Tekla? All right, if we grab that microphone, sorry, we'll get it sorted out in a while.
Rastafari, greetings. May Jah in His mercy allow me to serve His purpose. What your question is, what do I understand by Black Power? Well, this relates, link with Marcus Garvey a bit. Garvey is a peculiar person. He's not just a peculiar black man, but a peculiar human being of human beings of centuries. And this relates very much to the fact that here it is, we are the people called black people, are the father, mother of humankind, of all humankind. Garvey is very much about education. Remember, we're talking about the Marcus Garvey Polytechnic and Research Center. Garvey, educate, A-E-D-U-C-E means to draw out, to pull out. What Marcus Garvey has been doing like no other human being is to pull out from the first people of all creation the sense that they are to be, they are to stand, and that they have a mission for the whole world. And Garvey certainly represents that. And if we relate Garvey to St. Anne's Bay, I would love to make a couple links, linking the school and the physical location. I hope I'm answering your question when we are talking about Black Power, because that power is to be against the idea which is in the world that the European, the white people can interpret all of humanity. At any time they may change what they want to say, that all of humanity should be following in the global village. Marcus Garvey has taken us to our roots, to our roots. When we look in St. Anne, we see all the nations gather there. The Indians first, the Spanish people, the Africans, the British. It's a thing of the world. And Pan-Africa means Africa, the whole world. It also means black people coming together. But here is Garvey, like no other human being before, bringing the first people together again, making them know that this is their root and they have a responsibility for the whole of creation. It's about the first people helping to solve problems of the world, our destiny.
All right, Tekla, we're going to pick up on those points once we come around again. Imhotep Rahu Kimetba, when we say Black Power, how does that ring with you, and what does that mean in the 21st century? All right, we do seem to be having a problem.
Greetings.
Good, yes.
Greetings, yes. Give thanks. Black Power really would suggest to us the ability to create one's own narrative, to create one's own curriculum, and not just at the level of institution, but generally speaking, in the way we think and act and have our security. Black Power really means the ability to determine one's own destiny. It means the ability to determine our economic status in the international arena. It also means, more than all, the ability to protect ourselves. Now, all of these areas were elucidated clearly by Mwalimu Marcus Messiah Garvey, by the institutions that he actually set up. And those were seen in things such as, his industrial assets, the Black Cross nurses taking care of our medical affairs, and the African League, our legions, which were really in place to determine our security. And at this particular junction in time, when we look here in Jamaica and to our neighbor in North America, and to see how black lives can be snuffed out with impunity, it's really appalling. Despite the fact that there is a black president in the White House, the black man's life is no more secure. In fact, it's even worse now. When you look at what happened in Charleston, 9 people's lives snuffed out by a white devil. So, black power is the ability to secure ourselves physically, economically, and more than all, as Garvey himself said, it is the ability to scientifically take our place on the world stage to be able to broker our own security at all levels.
Muta?
Yeah, well, to me, black power is where Mr. Green says is the idea of black people, so-called black people, deciding them social, political, religious, and all the other things that is necessary to make black people secure, in them concept and ideas of what the world is. So when we truly have black power is when African people control Africa politically, socially, and spiritually.
Yes.
If I may just make a further link with the physical layout of the Marcus Garvey School. At the bottom of the road at present is a statue of Christopher Columbus. To make the point about what Marcus Garvey is, we would propose to have that statue removed just in front of that church, Catholic church, which is supposed to be the oldest church, representing the Spanish, representing that the Pope authorized the exploitation in the New World. The Marcus Garvey statue will then be at the center as you enter that road. And that is the release from the exploitation, the colonization, which the Pope and Christopher Columbus represents. It also has this point that Christopher Columbus is said to be a Jew, what you call a conversus, a Jew who seeks to be a Roman Catholic. And the word Jew means scattered people. And so we'll have Marcus Garvey's statue looking out to the sea, the scattered people returning to their roots, black power.
Well, as I get my own microphone working, sorry about that. Thank you so much, Tekla. These are some of the points in the program, and we hope we really do get to that we want to build upon. And I want to come back to a school in particular, because Muta and myself just talking now about the Roaring River property, for example, and the idea to develop the property and how we connect that back to the idea of the polytechnic that you talk about in the name of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. But Brother Sababu, you have in front of you the blueprint for Black Power from Amos Wilson. We talk about the Marcus Garvey, the philosophies and opinions of Marcus Garvey, understanding that the blueprint is also there. Do we have the blueprint only in the books, in philosophies, but not removing that into action? And how do we move that blueprint from between the covers of the book, from just quoting and citing Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey, into action? In other words, how do we operationalize that blueprint for Black Power?
In the text, we tried over 912 pages to outline in 32 chapters an approach. I think the first thing that was required was an inventory as to where we are and the forces of the function of power and the forces that control power in the society. And we took an extensive amount of time defining that and then dealing with the issues as to what were the resources contained and controlled by us. Our earnings at that time when we did Blueprint, the black take-home pay was in the region of $500 billion. That's 1995. It has since gone up to $1.2 trillion.
Wow, yes.
Yet, we only take home maybe 5% after all costs are paid. So what we were outlining in Blueprint is that any shift in that deficit spending where 95% of our money is going out and we only maintaining 5%, if we could even start changing 5 or 10% in our favor, it would be a major shift in the black community.
And the question then is, how do we get to that point? How do we get there? What is it that we're not doing? What is it that we haven't been doing as a people? Or what is it that we're doing but need to do more of?
Well, many things have been proposed. One, we had suggested a SUSU system, a credit system, and an accumulation of payroll deduction from our people towards these specific efforts. But I think that also even, well, in the States it was even proposed that through the vehicle of the black church, which pulls in millions of dollars on a weekly basis, that base could be organized as an economic front to acquire property as they did. Good. Many of them got tremendous amounts of monies in terms of federal funds to advance their interests.
And tithing.
Right?
Tithing,
and so many things in these areas can be done. Of course, it most importantly requires a different type of thinking style.
And this is a point, I think it goes back now to your point, Tekla, because it seems, you know the song There's a Hole in the Bucket, because we will always get back to this point, that it requires a different kind of thinking. But how do we get to that? And is the idea, for example, of a polytechnic, how does that fit into fostering this different type of thinking?
Well, first of all, we have to recognize, that these people called Jamaicans, you're divided by this class and color thing, the whole colonial way. That's why I say people keep saying, let's get rid of the Queen in the Constitution. That's not the main point. Get rid of the thinking. You understand? We don't need anybody to interpret the world for us. Are you going to be chasing down every new thing that's on the market that the white people do to make money? Devoid of any morality, they will do anything, or are we going to seek a new path? Do we know that within the African tradition there is a philosophy for bringing people together? Are we confident enough in ourselves as Marcus Garvey, one United States of Africa? We have to realize that there's a lot there, try to find features which link all of Africa. We have to do that for ourselves. And it is in fact so. When the world goes crazy, we of Mother Africa are the most likely ones. His Majesty says when African righteous people come together, the world will come together. It is our divine destiny. Because we are the first people when things go wrong, but we have no confidence in the things of Africa. Every fashion that changes, you hear these African brothers and sisters talking about how they're doing up the fashion, they're putting a bit of this tribe and that tribe in the fashion, and they're talking just like the fashion designers of Paris and New York. They're desecrating symbols of Africa. We have something from the beginning. Let us own it and stand, as Marcus Garvey says, Africa for the Africans, meaning the ways of Africa. Let us claim it, not just to have a black skin and to come out on a day like this. It is real. We have values that can succeed in this technological world. Let us unearth it.
having a microphone problem, and this is a good point, great point that Tekla is making, Muta, in terms of coming out on a day like this. I mean, we do this every year. Both of us, we sit and it's good to have these kinds of rituals. But how do we move it now in terms of organizing? I think is a question from the rituals, from just coming out, going through the African marketplace to being powerful people. Because when we get here like this, for example, this week it's One Africa. The theme this year is One Africa. It's unity. But when we leave here, what happens? How do we actually begin to achieve that unity?
Well, it's as simple might take it. These rituals is part of the logics of Africanism. I mean, we can't underestimate rituals in the African context, and when we say people gather specifically for a certain day, we understand that the idea is not getting less, it is getting more because of the rituals. Marcus Garvey talked about propaganda, and how white people use propaganda, and what you do, you keep repeating the thing over and over. That is not a problem, because that is what you talk about education, because white people use indoctrination to get us to this point. We need now to use education to get the people them to the next point. So rituals is very important. Rituals is very important to the scheme of how do we get to black power. We get to black power by what we say now and what we do now. We keep saying and doing it over and over and over again. Marcus Garvey said that. Propaganda. You do it over and over. That is how people, we give thanks to whoever voice on a radio station. We can't underestimate the voice on the radio station. The radio station is a very powerful medium to which to propagandize the black power movement. And if we keep doing it, we will see the change that we so desire, Yes. Though small it might be, but it is getting there. I know it is getting there.
I understand that, Muta, and I saw Dr. Green nodding there, so you can pick up on that. But how do we move now to owning our own radio station, for example? Because even though we're live on here at irie, it doesn't belong to us, even as a black entity. So how do we move from a spot on a radio station to controlling satellites and to controlling, our own media conglomerates? Is this, in other words, at the level we are, this is access. How do we move from access to power? And how important
we have black-owned radio stations even across Africa. We have black-owned radio stations, and I think that the need to connect with Africa is part of the solution. I think we have not been able to connect to Africa as how we should, and especially in Jamaica here, we need to have more connection with the continent, because there lies the solution.
And even on a day like today, simulcasting this across the continent of Africa, you talk about that level of power. And I think that's why I'm coming back to the idea of communication at the highest level in terms of the satellite. There are many, let me throw it to Dr. Green before I continue and go back to our very special guest in the interest of time. But your views on that, Imhotep?
Well, that is true. Access is good, but of course, when you look at it, we can look at it locally and globally. When you look at the local situation, you have just outlined it. Here in Jamaica, 99 or 95%, let's say, of us are Africans, Africans, black people. Now the other conglomerate make up the remainder. Nevertheless, economically, it's the other way around. So economically, 90% of the economics really is controlled by that 5% minority. And that itself is a imbalance of power. So right here in Jamaica, one of the greatest diseases inflicting us is simply poverty. And we see this every day on a daily basis. It is staring us in the face. And really and truly, I think we should approach the eradication of poverty with the same fervency in which these bodies go about trying to eradicate mumps and measles and all these type of diseases.
and AIDS. Dr. Green, we're not going to keep you much longer because we know that you have to go, and so we're going to allow you to go with one last point.
Yes, Marcus Garvey himself said, make no mistake, Europeans are not in Africa because they love us. They are there to pillage and take what they can get to develop themselves. Therefore, it is high time that we as Africans, wherever we are, unite and take over the motherland, and that must and will be done.
Thank you very much. Dr. Arthur Green has to, Imhotep has to leave us at this point. Muta, we mentioned earlier that our very special guests who are coming in from the Bahamas are actually coming in right now, and so, you know, African people on the move, as we said. But Muta, the point you made, and I think it is very important to go back to it even as we talk about those who are coming in from the Bahamas, and welcome to this broadcast, uhurunews.com and One Africa in Uganda, because that is happening at that level. And the idea is to be more cohesive, to take this not just on a one day, but to have this simulcast, similar to what you did, for example, when you were in Cote d'Ivoire just recently, to bring Africa to Jamaica and to bring Jamaica back to Africa and the Caribbean, that kind of way, because of the communication links that have been broken. I want to go back, Tekla, as we move on, because I want to spend a little time talking about the Polytechnic and to ask a little bit about how important is education and what would a Marcus Garvey Polytechnic look like in assisting in this move, in fostering this move toward African unity and toward black power.
Let me just pose a general question before I get into some details about the school. Do you think that the use of the word black rather than African, may in fact hinder the coming together of people who are African? Because the word black comes as a result. The word black comes as a result of a reaction to white. And the word black is soaked in all the colonial things of class and color. Whereas Africa underlines the values, the culture, which can unite as a community. So the question is, do you think that we should stop using this word black and talk about being African?
And I agree with you, and then you're going to have to assist us now, because this is where education comes in, because most of our people prefer to refer to themselves as black as opposed to African, and so because Africa is a continent of starvation and etc. etc. So when you say I am African, then you get that derision, but they will say that they're black. How do we move that thinking? I think it comes right back to that point of moving the thinking, embracing the fact that we're Africans not because we were born in Africa, as Higgins tells us, but that we're Africans because Africa was born in us. We're still fighting that struggle to get people to accept being African.
We had to be told that Marcus Garvey is one of the philosophers of the 20th century. And this is the inability to recognize in our own people. Other people have to be telling us. Garvey has outlined a way of building nation, dealing with education, schools, dealing with organizing business, dealing with organizing the Western world in which you're a part. The tragedy of white injustice tells you about all the carryings on between big business and media. So that's something written long ago. So all these things are in the writings of Garvey to help us go through, to help us make a nation of our own within the world. And that school would automatically relate to basics. What is education about? It's about being able to, in your environment, being able to provide food, shelter, clothing. And the education there, right from the very early level, all students would be involved in understanding those basics, providing food, shelter, clothing in relation to the environment in which you exist. That's quite simple. That's Garvey's way when you look at his plans. And that is how we need to move out of the Western model, where we wouldn't have those ecological problems, although we live in the same world, but we'd be contributing to slowing down that by the way that we live and exist, and the way that the rest of the world is coming to see that they have to do. You know, in the way that Leonard Howell set up this organic farm, way ahead of his time. We need to learn from this and begin to use what our people like Garvey, like Leonard Howell, have shown us. There is everything in Garvey's writings to build a nation, to run a school, and to compete in the world among the so-called best.
And you know what's interesting, as I listen to Tekla there, Muta and Brother Sababu talk about that changing the thinking. For me, it is also important to point out that we see this happening with Jamaican athletics, for example. We see almost a revolution. Remember the days when we used to go to the National Stadium? Tekla, you might have been there for states, for champs. Or
Sabina Park.
Yeah. and it's a handful. Just the other day, it was a handful of us, and we used to come back on air and said, you know, why aren't we supporting the athletics? Why aren't we supporting our young runners, our athletes? And here we have now the thinking, not just locally, but globally, that Jamaica is a place for athletic development because of Usain Bolt and so many others. But that work started many moons ago at the home level and at the level of the high schools and the tertiary institutions. We used to be there. So something has changed in that process in terms of how people excel. Is that a possible route, even as we think about the school, education?
Okay, let's deal with music, which everybody deals with. Now, in the African tradition, music, as strange as it might seem, is not about what the West call entertainment. It's about reinforcing the values of the tribe. It's about social control. So the thing of ridicule and jiving somebody in the music is a way of social control. But we have allowed, because of how white people have responded to our movements, the dance is not about winding up on sex. The circular movement refers to eternity. It deals with the ability to produce children. But the white people have taken over these things, and then we feel glad that they have taken over. You would know, I think you're old enough, in the 60s, all these host of programs on TV in America, they were pretty stiff and all that, you know, and they would come. Now everybody comes out and they're like black people, and they're cool. And they're cool, and everybody now is making the symbol of greeting with the fist and so on. And that's the way they take over and corrupt things which have special meanings for us. But then we're flattered when they take it over. Why are we flattered by them?
Yes.
We have to know who we are and that we can stand in this world, that we are among the first scientists. We are the first people. We have been over the whole universe, except that we are not imperialists. We don't impose ourselves on people.
In the final moments of a conversation, we know what the problem is, Brother Sababu. And Blueprint, Mwalimu, Marcus, Messiah, Garvey, and so many others have pointed those out, and also solutions. Where do we go from here? This generation, now, we who are here.
I would like to propose that at some point we do a blueprint for Black Power in Jamaica itself. I think that would be taking a tremendous burden off the young people, this alienation, the fact that the educated in our society really do a serious investigation as to what we do control. In many cases, we had thought that the attainment of black governments or black people into these, into office coming out of these colonial independence situations, we thought that they were there to represent us. And unfortunately, as all over the Caribbean, we saw that these people reflect the interests of that European class.
As a matter of fact, with Dr. Amos Wilson himself talking about putting the black face on white imperialism.
Exactly.
Which is what happened. And Muta, this is something you yourself talk about a whole lot.
With Obama.
Yes.
You know, but I want to get forward to the idea of ownership, economical power versus propaganda. And sometimes, as you say, you don't own the radio station, but then the radio station is not stopping you from pushing the black power agenda. And we're in that we need an economical power base to do certain things, but there's certain things that is available to us that is not stopping us from pushing the propaganda, the black power propaganda. I think it is very important that way, that in where we don't own it, but we can push the agenda, we just continue doing it.
And I agree with you. I agree with you on that, Muta, and I wasn't even disagreeing in the first place. Basically what I was saying, so here we have a space. What if we own? How many more of us could we employ? How much more could we do in terms of global knowledge and African unity?
Yeah, all right. When we look at the Jamaican dynamic show, you say most of the company them is owned by black people. In Jamaica, the propaganda company them is owned by black people. But then how much of them pushing a black power agenda? You have a group of us here right now pushing a propaganda that is not, we are not the owners, but the majority of spaces like these is owned by black people in Jamaica. Just like all the corporate businesses is owned by, a whole heap of them is marketed by black people, is operated by black people, but them not using the facility to push an African agenda.
So economic. That I think is the crux of the matter. And that I think is the crux of the matter.
So no, what I'm trying to say that owning it is not just a case of owning it, because owning it don't mean that the black power agenda will be pushed, but the level of education, that is the mindset of the people them who is owning it, is very important to the ownership of the thing.
And see, we come back to the thinking.
You have to separate ownership and education from the idea of being white.
Yes.
Because that's how some people become white.
Yes.
By owning. And by the education which facilitates the ownership.
Yes.
So we have to separate our head from all that if we're going to work together.
Yeah, I'm looking on...
And think of each other.
I'm looking on something that I mentioned the other night about how is it that you have holidays in Jamaica, whether it's white people holiday or this kind of holiday, whether it's Christmas, Easter, or whether it's Emancipation Day, I think. But young people, we're talking about between the age of 25 and 35 right now, is not interested in these ideas. Yet still, they are the ones now that is pushing the same white agenda on the youth them. They drink responsibly and having big parties, not recognizing the symbolic and the importance of the day. It's not the older folks again that is doing it. The most of the marketing companies them is owned but is operated by the same black youth them who
but not owned, Muta. Believe me, they are not owned. I mean, a lot of the conglomerates in Jamaica and the big corporations are globally owned and headquartered in Europe, Ireland, Scotland, England, but managed by
the manager really.
I can show you how we're thinking screwed up. Obama, African people, black people, take great pride. One of us
is in the White House.
The highest heights of power in the world by being president of the white colonialists. And none of them, all our black brothers here and in Africa, nobody asked this president of America Why are you treating our brothers in your racist America? Nobody raised the question in Ethiopia or Kenya or Jamaica, because they're pleased that he's white, and that's what they want to be. We have to get beyond that.
Yeah.
The way of seeing the world as represented in the Western world of Obama and Cameron of Britain and whatever name of France and Germany is not the way, is not the only way. There's a writer who wrote a book called Sleepwalkers, in which he talks about how this European way is all over the world, as if it's a new concept of living, a new slant on creation. And when you see how every day they change the values according to what is convenient, politically correct, or whatever expression they use, we have to separate ourselves from that and know until within our own space we can survive and do things to our benefit. We will deny ourselves of certain things because we are from you, because we are confident that we are of the Creator and we can solve any problem that the environment presents itself, because our children have the brains for it. Remember educe? It means that you pull out something because it was there before. Let us know the before and we can move forward.
This discussion on Black Power, one Africa, one nation, is that even possible, Brother Sababa? I know you want to make a point before you answer that, but go ahead and then we answer that.
You know, I find it very interesting that when it comes to days like Emancipation Day, it's never registered as African Emancipation Day. For example, in Trinidad and Tobago, to celebrate the arrival of the East Indians, they made sure when they got their day acknowledged that it was called Indian Arrival Day. When it's up, but we African people did not fight for our day being established as African Emancipation Day.
And it is really problematic. It is problematic, Tekla. Well, that is problematic because Muta mentioned it around the holiday time. I heard him talking about it on this program, that here is a day that has come and gone at all levels. It has been named, but at all levels, government, state, and every single level, where it doesn't really mean anything. It has no meaning. How might the title, how might the name affect that though and impact that?
Sorry, but your officials are called it emancipendent.
There you go, that's true.
You see the madness?
Yes.
Emancipendent.
Yes.
Terrible.
So it is more confusion than ever. I am confused.
So
not about myself, but about what exactly they mean by emancipendence.
So the idea of freedom is defined by their colonial
masters.
Course, yes.
Of course.
When are they going to break free?
That is the question.
Sometimes I want to make a little link. When you hear Garvey talk and the speed at which he, and it's like music. And you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like John Coltrane and what they call free jazz. And when Coltrane plays, somebody says, it's like one breaking, desperate to be free. So here is Marcus Garvey in all his writing, speaking, playing music. And don't underrate the role of jazz in America in bringing the Africanness to the fore. And screaming and for freedom, but we are interested in another idea of freedom, which comes of the Western world. And they justify all sorts of things which contradict the logic of nature. And we keep following them because we are in fashion, because we are modern, mad-earn.
And let me allow you, Brother Sababo, to finish your point, because we did interrupt.
On a personal note, it was 1967 or 68 was when I was first exposed to anything African in the history books, in the curriculum in Trinidad and Tobago.
1960?
1967, 68. Now we were in third form and we got introduced to Caribbean history. All the way from, let's say, primary up till closing of second form, we were doing British history. And it was at that significant point when we studied the Morant Bay Rebellion and the Haitian Revolution is when I felt a part of the history classes. And it became the turning point of my life.
And so that we have people like Vereen Shepherd and others, Professor Shepherd and many others who have been saying for years that history...
And your program is significant, and Muta, this is very crucial, don't underrate it.
You're talking about history being compulsory. We have been doing that, saying that history, the need for history to be taught in school and taught how to be compulsory in school, because it is not compulsory as it is now. And the importance of that in moving forward, in allowing us to understand more of ourselves, talking about identity, identifying with, knowing who we are.
So many children born, who's your father? Where is the father? They need to know that the ancestor of Africa is, and that you come of that lineage. Imagine a baby born and no idea, you're just there in a room, you come
no connection.
Who are you, where you come from?
Yes. And this, of course, is pretty important, Tekla, Muta, and Brother Sababo. We're going to wrap the discussion now. We have listeners on the internet. We have people watching us from all over the world. We have our audience here. We have a rapt audience right here. One Africa, right here. Yes, one nation. Who have been listening to this conversation. What do we take away from this? When we leave here today, what is our responsibility?
Well, the first thing we have to do is make a serious commitment to do some study. We are not going to escape this trick bag that we have been placed in by going at the same rate with the enemy. We have, as even Garvey would have said, to accelerate our approach to learning. There is absolutely no excuse for any illiteracy problems anywhere in these regions.
Do we need to define the enemy? Who is the enemy, as Kwame Nkrumah, Sergeant for Kwame Nkrumah asked? Because that's another question. You know, who is the enemy?
Anyone that causes disunity among your people, that is an enemy. So all the ideas of class and color, those who propagate that, that's the enemy. And it's not propaganda that you talk, Muta. I don't know why you use the word propaganda.
Because Marcus Garvey talk about propaganda.
Yeah, no, it's effective use of information.
Yeah.
But it's truth and right and justice. That is what we are selling without any apology. We should call it selling. This is what we are offering. This is what your program, Muta's program. This is what happens here. People are hungry. It touches the confusion of the day. Every day the fashion changes. Even for the young people. What is right yesterday is no longer right today. Everything is convenient. It is the going thing on the net. It got so many likes on Twitter and this and that, and everybody can make a name for themselves.
And you know, and it's as we leave here, again I'm coming to that. I heard you earlier, Brother Sababo, say developing a blueprint for Black Power even for Jamaica. And I think it's there. But maybe
Marcus Garvey did write it.
Yes, and even actively here.
Marcus Garvey did write it.
What is Garveyism in Jamaica in the 21st century? Is that relevant?
Why not? As the other brother who left mentioned, that you basically have the same ratio of money leaving the black community going over to the dominant group compared to what we experienced when we did Blueprint in the United States. It's still a 95% of the money going, and we only maintaining 5% for our control. So what we're looking at is, what if we were able to trade among ourselves? What if we were able to trade with African countries, as opposed to going through European middlemen? What if we produced the books, printed the books that define our curriculum, from kindergarten or from grade 1 all the way up. It would surely provide employment for our people. It would be an educational shift, an ideological shift, and it also gives a sense of self, a sense that we can do for ourselves.
But Sababu, I hear Muta saying that a lot of that is happening, a lot of that is taking place. So where is the disconnect? I mean, within our communities, the printing of the books, the writing of the books, the publishing and so on. Where is the disconnect? Are we incapable so far of bringing it all together to benefit the community, Tekla?
Well, one of the things is that it also has to be done within the framework of your larger government. These things are not just being done, cannot be just accomplished on the grassroots level. It has to have the support of the overarching society and the government, these governments that we are voting in and year out. They own the largest treasure in the country. And the policies must be reflected. These policies of African nationalism, blackness, black power, must be reflected in their policy. We cannot continue this nonsense where our wealth and our talent is being exported.
We're gonna have to wrap, Brother Sababu, so I'll give you one more thought.
Yes. But the Choctaws many years ago did a calypso in 1968 called Brain Drain, where the cream of our talent pool is being pulled overseas, our nurses and everything else, to serve a country who many a times miseducates and undereducates even its black representatives in the United States, and then harvests the Caribbean for its talent pool because it refuses to develop its own.
We're going to go take a final word from you, Tekla.
Okay, fine. To show the relevance and how forward-thinking Marcus Garvey is. Very much relevant today. The idea of ecology is on everybody's lips. The way that we relate to nature, to the environment, is bringing problems on us, right? And Dostoevsky, the famous Russian writer, said, nature doesn't give a damn about whether you like the way it is. You either do it as it is or you suffer the consequences. Marcus Garvey, writing in the 1920s, said, it is only righteousness in nature that survives. Meaning we have to hold that rhythm. The idea of ecology is that all creatures, all organisms are as one. The whole cosmos, human beings, the plant, the insects. There is a rhythm. We're at one. We have lost the sense of knowing when a hurricane comes. Our ancestors used to know instinctively. We have to return to that idea.
And I hear Professor Erna Godber saying that in terms of that, and I'm bringing her in, I know she's not here this morning, but she has been saying that the idea of returning to our African spirituality is the first place to start. And she said to me just recently, I am very happy that I'm now at a place in my life where I recognize the need to return to the African spirituality.
Marcus Messiah Garvey, a peculiar man, a man for the world, carrying Africa, the Creator's children, in the degenerate white world, to help them to come around to the truth. We are the first people. That's our task. Let us embrace it.
Let us embrace it.
We are worthy.
One Africa, one nation. Thank you so much, Tekla Mekfet. Thank you so much, Brother Sababu. One Africa, one nation. Muta, any final words in this segment?
The final word?
In this segment.
All right. Well, you know, I'll go back to this independence thing where them Selway. I tell everyone who are listening to me right now, look in at the dictionary for the word independence.
By the way, I went and looked in the dictionary when I heard you saying it. Yes, it makes sense.
And
yes.
when you look in the dictionary what it means,
Tell me in your own heart of heart if Jamaica can claim independence. Don't listen to what Muta say. Listen to where the white man put in a dictionary, English dictionary. Him have a word named independence and independent. From 53 years ago, we have been sold that the Jamaican people is independent. Now, if you find that when you connect what they say about Jamaica and what the English language dictionary define independence is, then trust me, I'm going to start where it shows.
We're going to leave it at that, but it's a very good point, Muta, because, you know, when I heard you saying, I mean, I thought I knew the meaning all by myself in terms of what it meant, but then when I heard Muta saying, we're going to the cash pot, but go ahead. We'll break for the cash pot in the middle. We're wrapping this up while Tekla
Sure, a quick one. You know, everybody talking about being cool. It teased everybody, white, black, all nations. And some white people who you call the Beat generation in the 1930s in America, white people claim ownership of that. Now in 1920 thereabouts, Garvey wrote a poem, Be Cool, yes. and just a dissertation on being cool. And they don't recognize this and they're claiming it. There's so much that Garvey has and we are ready. He exposes the route. Let us take the route and let us move forward. What is this thing of being intimidated by white people and their changing values every day? We come of the first people.
White imperialism, and we must define, as Sergeant for Kwame Nkrumah did, he asked a question and answered, who is the enemy? All right, listen up, top draw, dollars, pick 2, pick 3, pick 4, and cash pot early bird draws are coming up next. Thank you so much, Tekla Mekfet, my brother. Thank you so much, Brother Sababo, for coming in and for participating in this discussion. But an interesting conversation, and one that obviously we'll have to continue. I mean, it's an ongoing conversation.
Yeah. And you know, it's very difficult in a climate like where we're in now with Jamaica, with all the crime and the poverty, to really try to make the people them understand that one of the nucleus of them problem is because them don't know themselves as African people. Because people might have wonder where relevance that have, but it have a relevance because anywhere in the world you go, the Chinese them have a cultural revolution that take place in them country where enable them to reach a certain level.
Yes.
And Marcus Garvey talk about how the Jews them operate, and if you look on how the Jews them operate, Marcus Garvey said, look on what them do. You understand? Black people lose them connection with them Africanness, so them totally disconnected, and then now them can't find themselves. So now them must say, well, it no matter if you say you're African, it no matter if this, it no matter if that. Everybody else feels that them history matter, everybody feels that them culture matter, except African people.
All right, we're back with you live in the courtyard of Irie FM, and boy, are things heating up in more ways than one in the courtyard. Muta, thanks so much to you for coming in. Thank you so much for those who are braving the sun right in the middle here. One Africa to you, one nation. I mean, this is really, really brilliant. One Africa. This is great because it is a hot day, and if you look to your left, Muta, you see that people are finding the shade over there.
Yeah.
And if you look to your right, you see that people are finding the shade there.
You know, you talk about shade is a weird thing, you know, because there's a story in the Bible about the 10 plagues that licked Egypt. And if you follow the story logically, you'd have realized that it's the first plague because all of the plague them leading to the last plague.
What was the first plague?
I think the first plague was when the water, the Nile, start to get muddy, mucky.
Okay.
Bloody.
Oh, okay, so water, okay.
Yeah, and then you did have the frog them.
Right.
All right. But the last one was that the firstborn, everyone, whether Jew or Egyptian, would have dead, right?
Right.
Now, Jamaica, it kind of weird, you know, because last year we have something named chickpea.
Yes.
And that was because of dirty water. Now this year Jamaican people that love find some dirty water because the water that they bought again. So, you know.
Is that the first plague cause the second plague?
No, I say, well, I don't know if it's a plague still, but I just say how ironical it is that last year we didn't want to get rid of water in a all way, whether it in a condensed pan. And now this year we would love to see the water. So we don't know what will happen next year because the government seem not to understand how to get certain things in place before the thing happens. They are so reactionary that them don't understand that. I mean, we read something about the Mona Reservoir thing from before me and you born. Them things that they know. And Jamaica is like 2.7 million people so now. And them not put nothing in place. I know everybody run up and down about the place. We want water. We have to go start cry and drink it.
There is a serious lack of vision. Land of wood and water, so much rainfall because we do have a lot of rainfall.
It's really a land of wood and water for sure. Without the water.
So many rivers, so many water sources, but then we also have another problem because the water sources and the watersheds, because here you're talking about global warming, etc., we can go into the environmental concerns, but the watersheds, if you look at the swamps, for example, the watersheds are being sold and are being developed for commercial, especially tourism interests.
And you have rivers in Jamaica that big guys redirect.
Yes.
For deal with fig implantation in a Jamaica. Me know personally about that. Where you have rivers where up at the top, the man them who they at the top will have them big land where have buckle this and feed that, them redirect it, and where the river used to flow, it now flow there again. Them things that happen in Jamaica.
So who stands for the people of Jamaica? Who will represent the people of Jamaica? At what point are these decisions being made? And who facilitating those decisions?
Well, we can't say the people them who put the people them in power, them put some irrelevant relic there, and even the younger ones them now seem to be irrelevant relic, because if
that is a travesty,
Of course.
That is a travesty, because we're looking at the younger generation, we're looking at the next generation in Parliament in terms of representatives, talk about representational politics. We're looking at the next generation who are more tribal, more cantankerous.
Yeah, you once if you touch the queen, you got dead. Where the brother there? We can't revive him, we
invited Mr. Denton Campbell to be part of the event.
I know him. I know him.
No, I'm just saying that he's a member of Parliament. I'm just saying that there's a whole generation of politicians that we're looking at who are coming up. Young politicians who are more tribal, more divisive.
But we look on them on TV and say, we look on them. Look on the brother, well, him did a long time, but the Wormington brother there. I mean, the Wormington brother, I don't understand him now, because remember, Siaga did chastise him a long time ago too, Siaga did chastise that same brother here too, and Bruce Goldyn chastised him too, and then film party, And now we see him chastise Jamaica.
It is a shame. It is a shame what is happening in Parliament, in Garden House, the action of the politicians, young and old. It is a shame.
Man, I call next party drunk and all. I mean, really. I will
ask the question again, Muta.
The drunk one, them waited me turn me back. And them size me. And me
so we
supposed
ask the question again, what is our responsibility?
Our responsibility.
Even as we say, one Africa, one nation and unity, what is our responsibility? When are we going to stop talking?
No, we can't stop talk.
And doing.
No, we are doing, this is doing,
we are what we are.
No, but this is doing, This is doing, So we can't underestimate the power.
I mean, as a people of talking.
Of talking, because Marcus.
No, I don't, Muta, I don't underestimate the power of talking.
Yeah.
But you see, there has to be, if we talk and leave it.
No,
I mean, me personally or you personally. I mean, as a group. If we talk and leave it, it is as we have left it.
Yes. What we are going to do, well, as we keep saying it now, because we see that the next generation seem to be, the oppressed has become the oppressor. The people them now who are fight against poverty, used to inner poverty, and now them inner power, them is now creating poverty. And now we see a set of youth that come right now, where you that the things say them see the problem and they try go around it and maneuver themselves around it. But them now come like, they might go back to the same old days. You know, the politicians still get young people gone. You didn't know that, Cabo? I didn't know that. Politicians in at this time, yeah, still get young people gone. I mean, things that they done with, you know.
I had my suspicions.
No, watch out. The other day, I think in my mind, say, why we get so much visa now, we can't go get our own gun. Carry through television and through video game and all them something. We don't put the gun them in there and send them through airport. I just set up a custom officer for work some barrel with we. We'll put some soap powder and all them thing there. Now, them thing there still happening, you know, but to my surprise, to find out, say, politician. You want me call one of them names?
No, Muta. No, don't call a name.
No,
right, let us go to the sponsors.
Politician in a Jamaica, don't be bombarded and be blindsided by this thing, you know. Politician in a Jamaica, right as we know in this area last year, still like young people gone.
The program is brought to you courtesy of Money College. While we think about that, Money College, your opportunity for success. The Lexus Pharmacy at Petco Motorias open every day, including public holidays. Island Dairies is Jamaica's best. Brown's Dry Cleaning and Laundromat, Salt Spring Road and 36 Church Street, Montego Bay. We keep people clean. Adwa Nutrition for Life.
Let your food be your medicine and your medicine be your food. Ours, United and Mind Power record promoters of Fozox music.
Focus. It's like it's with PH and not if it's focus.
Them were the two big things. But they have to spell mosquito. Alright. Total Tools, Main Street, Ocho Rios, Port Antonio. Yes.
Portland
and Slipe Road, Kingston. Total Tools, we got the tools you need to get the job done.
Better wheels,
better service, better prices, better wheels. Norando, Backside. Marvelous water provide proven to prevent prostate infection and sinus. Contact them at 536-1423. Lifespan Spring Water, share the life. Bullet Mountain Spring Water, just natural. Pings Fabric, Pings, the real fabric store. And RADA, R-A-D-A, people, land and opportunity. Tingles Distribution. TNT Liquidators, home of 8 grand fridge. You have to figure that out now. You have to explain that to me.
Kishima is on there and so two part. They soon tell us what it is.
Yeah, you have to explain that to me. Because we want a fridge. The Jamaica National Agency of Accreditation, confirming competence, providing confidence in the marketplace.
All right, we want to say once again, can we just say welcome to our listeners on the internet? Will the IT department tell me what's happening with uhuru.com? Uhuru, the folks at Uhuru have sent me a note. Can you tell me what's happening with uhuru.com as they embed this very link that we're broadcasting live and rebroadcast to the Uhuru Nation? Thank you so much, IT. Thank you so much, Mark. Want to welcome you on the 107s, 107.1 all the way to 107.9. Muta, is it because I'm in my dark glasses or the sun gone down?
The sun not gone down. The sun can't go down.
All right, there's something gone down. The cloud gone over the sun.
Yeah, the cloud moved towards the sun a bit and it cool you down, you know it? You feel better.
I feel better. Everything look dark.
It soon come up back, you know.
Well,
the cloud.
The cloud will come up back, not the sun.
No, the cloud will come up and then the sun will shine for you back again.
Right. It looked nice though. It looked nice. I mean,
colorful,
very, very colorful, and really at this time of the morning, a really, really great turnout at this time of the morning. Muta, this looks as if our people, we say African people, are coming together, and really it looks that way this morning.
And when the man they have the chair them sit down at the van so long, when them not take out the chair them out of the van.
Kishima.
Hey, our kind of the man them look part the van and the middle of the place and have the whole patch. When they take out the chair them out of the van, make the people them get to sit down.
Tell Kishima to release the chair.
Kishima, release them chair to the people there, man. We ask the chair them to come out of the van, whether by honor or by mystic intervention. And allow the ladies them to sit down.
Kishima, where are you?
We don't want to the man I run for the chair, you know. Believe you me. Unless you stay like me.
Kishima has to release them. She has the power.
She don't release them yet.
I don't think.
Wow.
Kishima.
Wow, Andrea. Wow, Kabu, Muta. Wow.
I know you're there. Kishima release.
Kishima release the chair.
I will off air. Yes, it's Kishima's responsibility.
No, Kabu, you release the chairs.
Sign the paper, kid.
All right, me I release the chair them. What the paper there for sign?
Kishima have it.
Are you have the paper? Where are the paper up here? Make the people them get the chair for so long. Oh yeah, the one I deal with.
Sign the paper. Give me
the paper. Let me sign the paper. You know you're the boss, so give me the paper.
Give me the. All right, sign this.
Look here, we suspend, you know.
Any paper will do. See that? Sign that. See that? Anything. Just sign. See that? All right. What a wonder. Oh, full signature. Release the chairs. Release the chairs to the man that we can't read, you know.
Release
to the
the
people.
Okay.
Muta Baruka. See the Muta sign off on it. Give it to who to give it to. All right. See that? Chairs in the middle. All right. What you want?
It's like going around the chair. Hey, Boston Tone man there. Where the matter around it? So where they arguing a Boston Tone man no chair now?
Me understand. See, I may hold up the chair there.
Hey, are you?
All right. Thank you so much, Pat Clark. Thank you so much, Kishima Francis. On the grounds, Muta, really such a beautiful day today. And we're really, really thankful for the, not just the weather, but you were talking earlier about the fact that there's so many areas in Jamaica without water. We have sunshine today, but we had a little rain in Kingston yesterday. I don't know how that is helping people in Kingston, or it helped, but it must have helped it just a little bit.
Why rain fall?
Yes, it did. Oh, grab. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I tell you, I have a big shower there before I reach down here yesterday, you know.
I know, yes.
Fall heavy.
Well, it is. The heat is on, and if you're still on your way, remember now to cover your head. And as for those in the courtyard of irie FM, get yourself hydrated because it really is hot today. We have on stage Muta, Vasaivai and the Nyabingi chanters. And if we were to estimate, I know I have a sister right here, maybe she can tell me how many persons in the group now, but this looks like a really, really big group, probably 60 or so persons.
About 30.
30?
About 30.
Vasaivai, is that 30? It looks 60 to me. Wow. It's a lot of, well, all right, so really, really big group. Thank you so much, Vasaivai. Thanks for coming. All right, it's time now for Vasaivai and the Nyabingi drummers. The chargers are here.
You and I here, they have a very special anthem, and every time we meet, for Garvey, this anthem must be sounded. And the words are saying, 100 million black man, wake up from your step.
100 million black men stand up to your program stand before you like a mighty swell. Take your backbone to your brother, leave the red, gold, and green. Ethiopia, 'cause I
One more chance to see that we must ensure those who are knocking at our doors. But
63, try you will read. You must ensure who come knocking at your door.
But
63, I am sure you will agree. Again will never be. Oh, what a crime, 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 what a brutal crime. The crime committed by the state.
Oh, what a crime, crime, crime. What a brutal crime. The crimes committed by the state. Oh, what a crime, crime. Oh, what a brutal. The crimes committed by the state. We give thanks, sons and daughters, again and again. Irie FM family, we give thanks for I and I presence here. Rastafari, give thanks. Haile Selassie, I'm first.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Rasai Vai, and the Nyabingi chanters. What a brutal crime, a crime committed by the state. Remember the Coral Gardens massacre on the stage here at the courtyard of Irie FM.
And crime still are committed by the state, still. It looks like the government is the enemy of the people in Jamaica, you know, I mean. And the people them can't even wake up to that reality there. So we are going in Jamaica, you know, it's not related to the feel-goodness of the people. The people have to find their own feel-goodness. You know, really and truly, no matter what you want about the music. If it wasn't the music in Jamaica, you know, trust me, man, things gone upside down more than how it is now. If it wasn't the music, it's just a little music where I keep the people them right now. That's why you have more party in Jamaica than anywhere else in the world. You didn't know that, Andrea?
More
Cabo.
No, at first I'm missing a Muta.
Yeah, true. I forced me miss. I miss. Look like me hungry.
You look so.
No, you know, yes, you have more party in Jamaica more than anywhere else. We have more church, more rum bar, more crime. I mean, well, we are number one in everything. I hope we can keep the number one going with good things.
With the good things. The party is not so bad still. Depending.
No, well, when I say no,
the parties,
even you know, even if you don't agree with a whole heap of the music, but the music there help the people them to keep a little solid state of mind. Because trust me, man, if you not get a state of mind right now, man, may I tell you walk upside down.
And in addition to the music, Muta, I mean, look at the times we're going back to the weather. We're going back to the fact that we have an unusual weather in Jamaica in terms of the sunshine, in terms of the fact that we have lost so many of the coastlines. So the sun gone down there again. That's nice.
Yeah, but you know, them say we're gonna lose at least the size of Barbados in the Caribbean. We're gonna use the amount of coastline we're gonna lose is the size of Barbados.
And it makes sense. I mean, can we stop it now? Is it too late? I want to say welcome to Sister P. Sister P, I see you, but I'm not seeing you right now.
I see her because you're on the dark as well.
You know, oh, yes, Sister P. And I want to say welcome to our brother Alex Morley, who's coming in from the Bahamas. Welcome to the sacred space, this African-centered space.
Yeah, we want to welcome Iris. Iris, me I watch you, you think me I watch you? Me I watch Iris. Iris, I'm watching you.
Iris, we cannot wait for come over there too. Maybe maybe you're gonna have to come to us talking about the raw foods, sun-fired foods. Now our sister P hugging down there. We need to say hello to Sister P. Also I know Pat, who is with Mother Samad, Kishima or Pat. All right, Pat, you are with Queen Mother Samad. All right, we're not hearing Pat, but I know she's with Queen Mother Samad. We're going to be hearing from her in a little while.
Sister Kabu?
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
Pat.
yes, I am right here with the very regal Mother Samad. And I was just expressing to her what a pleasure it is for me to be here, sitting beside her, sharing the space with her, because I remember the very first time I heard you interview her on irie FM, and from then, oh my gosh, I was hooked.
That must have been around 1990. 1990.
Oh my God,
yes.
what a lady.
Yes,
you know,
beautiful.
and if never I heard Garvey, I can tell you, this lady has enlightened me to who Garvey was and to Garveyism. It's an honor, Queen Mother Samad.
Thank you, darling. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you.
Okay, Mother Samad. In the early days of irie, you had much to say about Garvey and Garveyism. Could you give us a message today? I mean, for those young ones who may not know so much about Garvey, could you please just say a word about Garvey? Because I know you were such a Garveyer.
Oh, I still am. I'm 93 now, as of the 1st of next month. And I tell you, to the youngsters, I say, truly, truly, unify, love one another, care about one another, and be ethical. Be ethical, because that we seem to be short of.
Ethics, wonderful message. And another thing too is in terms of our presentation, especially for the females, how we present ourselves in terms of dress. I have always admired, you know, the African styles and how elegant it truly is. Could you just say something to us about the whole African fashion and why it is important for us, you know, to keep to our heritage?
When I first developed the dashiki and African wear in the United States in the 1950, I said to our people, to get back to ourselves truly, we must know who we are, look in the mirror, and say, I love myself. And that's why I developed the idea of us wearing our clothes. And the whites who said to me, Madam, can we wear them? I said, why not, darling? I've been wearing yours for 500 years.
Totally understood. And I can tell you, whenever I put on my African raiments and I step out, I'm always hailed as a queen or a princess. I mean, it is truly remarkable. And this is something that our young women should really, really do, you know, whenever they have the opportunity. They really should embrace their African fashions.
That's right, darling. I believe in that. As I said, as of the 1st of next month, I shall have completed 93 years. And when I started wearing our clothes, my clothes, from that day to this, I have not taken them off. Oh, yes, I have. I mean, you know what I mean. Oh, yes, I've taken them off. But the thing is, we must wear them and identify ourselves. And when we look at one another, we wink. Everywhere I've gone in the world, Africa, everywhere that I have been, we know each other. Truly, we know each other with full understanding. Love ourselves, because we're the best we have. And I love you too.
Love you, Mother Samad. Back to Cabo. What a wonderful lady.
So true, so true. Thank you so much, Pat Clark. Thank you so much, Queen Mother Samad. Now, Muta, you mentioned 25 years. irie FM celebrating 25 years as of the 1st of August. And what's interesting about that is that one of the first letters, and I think it might be the very first letter that irie FM got, was from Queen Mother Samad.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, and the first letter that Running African got was from Queen Mother Samad. And her letter was one of encouragement to say, this is a beautiful thing, continue it. And then she would write, I think she wrote Mr. Young a letter once per week to ensure that Running African remained on air. I'm serious, no, honestly. And Mr. Young would say, you know, they wanted to talk, you know, but you see this lady right again. And we didn't know who that lady was until I went out of my way to say, no, we're going to have to find this lady. Yes. And we're really, really grateful that Mother Samad could make it, could be here with us today.
Well, you know, if Mr. Young did not follow people none of them things would not happen.
True.
Because it's not a man. You know, him used to tell me, say, boy, right now, he might collect 2 reparation money, one from Chinese and one from black people. But him say, him know why you put no hole in a feed pocket.
Yes.
So from you now put no hole in a pocket, you know, you just do what you do. You understand?
Yeah.
So if him did have follow, years ago on Sunday, you know, I tell the people, them say, to take down the white Jesus off of the wall and put up Bob Marley upon the wall. Me I tell you, Mr. Young call me and tell me, say, if I know how much call me I get to take care of the radio, you know. But not now put no pocket, no money in my hole in my pocket. Look, we are there, man. Nobody have to what I say.
Yeah, we have those stories. We're joined now by another very good friend of Mr. Young, by the way. We met her in the corridors here at IRFM going to and from Mr. Young's office long before she was Shahini Robinson. And she has joined us now.
What she was before?
She was just Shahini. We never know she was Shahini Robinson, like MP or something like that.
Say a Shahini, she look at me and start getting
a Shahini that was before you even entered politics, not it? Representational politics. When you came in the early days of IRE.
I had no thoughts about representational politics. I was always on the periphery helping people. But for myself, no.
There you go. She's been here.
I know that she did it for a long time, but I just try to figure out Shahini versus Shahini Robinson.
Because we didn't say Robinson those days. No, you say Robinson because you're MP, not because you're mine.
Yeah, but what we didn't have a last name.
Yeah, what we used to meet in the corridors of IRE was a
Shahini. A lot of people still refer to me by my maiden name, which is Fakuri, which is a much more difficult name than this.
So if me see a party, I say Shahini. What you say? You don't answer me, don't you?
Of course.
Okay, all right. Sometimes if you get Robinson, I don't remember none of them last name. They will say Shahini.
Me too.
Yeah, Shahini, here we are again. Another tribute to Mwalimu Marcus Messiah Garvey in the courtyard of IRFM. I don't think you've ever missed one.
No,
you've been to every single one of them, and we must say thank you for doing that. In season and out of season, you're here. And you have had one concern, among many, but one major concern regarding Mr. Garvey, and that has to do with the property, with his house, with the recognition
with the boyhood home.
Yes.
I can't believe that we have come back here this year again and celebrating his birthday and still can't say anything positive as to when works will begin down at Market Street, Marcus Garvey Way now. You know, the funds were identified, the plans were drawn.
Yes.
And there are persons who live there who claim some sort of right to the property. And if they have to be relocated, that's not an insurmountable problem, because the government, I think, in this constituency for sure, they're the biggest landowners, and they have a lot of buildings that are unoccupied that I have pointed out to the Heritage Trust that it should just be a matter of some paperwork that could be done in a month if we have the will. Relocate the person so you can begin work on that property. It is a disgrace, it is an embarrassment, and I believe that it is unjust and it is not right to the people of St. Anne's Bay.
It's a news to me.
That's what?
That them not start no work on the Marcus Garvey.
Because you know that the funds were identified.
Yeah, but me hear them think about 2-3 years ago.
Ground was broken by Bruce Goldyn. I remember that.
Yeah. So we're in the ground with them broke.
We don't know what the ground remains unbroken, Shiny.
No, but no.
We just ask. I mean, it's so
yes, it was the last official activity carried out by the former Prime Minister Bruce Goldyn at the time, and we were reassured that work would begin. We know what happened. There was an election, and since then we have been unable to move forward. I've had meetings at the Jamaican National Heritage Trust, and you get some reassurance that maybe something might happen, and absolutely nothing has happened. And I believe that it is a blot on Jamaica, it is a blot on St. Anne's Bay, and a blot on St. Anne Northeast for us to have the boyhood home there in the condition that it is in. Even with his birthday coming up, they didn't even see fit, Heritage Trust didn't even see fit to even give the people who live there a couple gallons of paint and say, even give the place a facelift for his birthday. Not even that was done.
This is news to me. I am totally shocked.
It is a fact.
No, serious. I am totally shocked.
You want some time, Muta?
Yeah.
You want some time?
Yeah.
To get over the shock?
No, wait, you have to say after all of them whole argument and reasoning about that place there.
Yes.
Them still not do nothing. Not start nothing.
Nothing. I moved up a private member's resolution asking, and I put some questions on the question paper in Parliament asking when will works begin? Where are the funds? Because I know that the funds are identified. We were told by the minister that the funds are still there. And
when Shiny, because the funds were identified through the Chase Fund.
Right.
But
Yes,
we have since done our own investigations and have been told that the funds are no longer available.
I suspect that that is so.
That has been withdrawn. So how do you make funds available and then withdraw it for something and then withdraw
maybe,
it?
I'm not sure, but maybe in a contract that was signed or the arrangement that was made, it would say that if works don't begin within a 2-year period, then the funds would be allocated.
Yeah.
Maybe that is the case. I'm not sure. I'm not privy to that. But what I'm saying is that for the first national hero of Jamaica, for a man like Marcus Garvey, before Bob Marley, before Usain Bolt, he was the best known, well-known Jamaican globally. And I still challenge whether or not that is not so. And we can't find the will. It is not the money, no, it is the will to see what we can do down at St. Anne's Bay.
But Miss B, why we have to go to Chase to set up Marcus Garvey house? Why we have to do that?
Because Chase is the organization that is really set up to allocate funds for those.
No, I know.
For culture, health, arts.
Remember, Chase money comes from what? From different taxes or
taxes.
Well, here in Jamaica.
Yes.
All right, and you say now that the government do have no power in themselves to say, Chase, since you do this, we could deal with this immediately.
But I think that is what happened when ground was broken for the whole thing.
Yeah, Chase was on board,
but because Chase released the funds.
Chase released the funds.
Yeah, and then them know, say what, it take too long, so them now but get the funds. They're not the same government people.
Yes, but to acquire the place, if you have people living there and they can't establish their tenure, you can't produce a will or something like, or a title. They have been living there for years. They are Jamaican people. In the interest of Jamaica, I'm saying that those people should have been relocated. Because that is the obstacle, The obstacle is that persons live there. Relocation. Government, I'm saying to you that government owns properties in St. Anne's Bay. And I'm saying that whoever the government is, I don't matter who it is, we must have the will to say, these properties belong to the government. These people need to be relocated. Let us relocate them.
So why not relocate them to Roaring River property that you're giving to the Chinese? Question.
No, but the Chinese the government relocate people for the Chinese already. To make certain places where them are billions or no, the whole heap of people get real. I don't understand this thing. I don't have to really get me. Get me understand where I go on. Chase is a government organization.
Yes, it is.
All right. Chase allocate some money to fix up Marcus Garvey place.
Yes.
Yeah.
It never do what it's supposed to do. And Chase now draw back the money. Then wait there. No, the government is Chase. Me not understand it.
I don't think the government is Chase.
Who is Chase?
It's not Chase, but it's not Chase. Never do what they are supposed to do.
Right.
Chase gave the money, saying that on the premise that the culture people would, by compulsory acquisition, acquire the place and relocate the people. I think the compulsory acquisition has already been done. I think where we have a problem is relocation. The people not asking to give them gated community, the people are reasonable, and the people also know that there are houses that they can move into tomorrow morning that are owned by the government that are unoccupied. So I can point to those houses right in St. Anne's where they can walk from where they are to there. What is the problem?
So is it a lack of will? Is it a don't care? Is it a damn Marcus Garvey? I mean, what is it? What is it after all these years that we can't get? It must be a lack of will. I can't believe that it is scant regard for Marcus Garvey, the first national hero of Jamaica. Or you don't want to believe? I don't want to believe that. Well, I believe it is scant regard. It has to be scant regard. But let us move on a bit, Shiny, because you've been working on this. What now then? what are you doing? I mean, I know you're the member of parliament in opposition, but you
no,
have
I continue to meet.
strong voice.
I continue to meet with the National Heritage Trust. I have put forward these suggestions. Last time I spoke to Mr. Henriquez, who is the chairman, he said he was not aware that these properties existed in St. Anne's. And I can see with that they could use as relocation places.
So now that he's aware?
So now that he's aware, he promised that the legal department, you know how bureaucrats and government talk, that the legal department will look into it, and they would have to engage the National Land Agency too, because all properties that government own fall under the National Land Agency. So you see, it is a very
it is Pinnacle. It is Marcus Garvey birthplace. Where else we're talking about? It is Roaring River.
Andrea,
it is.
Talk where you're talking. Because you see me as well. The program could have done if we start talking. Believe me. So just go and talk to her. And let me really figure out my brain.
I know. I saw that. We're going to give Muta some time and move on.
We're going to start blaming all Cheeto.
No, you can't blame me.
No, I never say you can't say me can't blame you. Me can't blame you, man. But you know why I'm blame you? Me can't start blame you too because your government. You're in the parliament, your government too. So if you have two set of people in the government, the PNP and the GLP, and the PNP are run this thing a certain way, and the GLP in the thing, I tell me the GLP now no power in a parliament. No man, you don't have power too.
No, but that's what I said, Muta, that I have raised it. We have debated it ad nauseum. The actual to put the thing into operation now is in the hands of the government. I can't physically go there and.
Which sector of the government?
One of the things, Muta.
Which sector of the government?
Culture.
Who the Minister of Culture? Who now? Who are the Minister of Culture now?
Minister Hannah.
Minister Hannah.
Lisa Hannah. Yeah, as if you don't know, Muta.
No, me I try. You see, that's why me I tell you when I get me mixed up.
You need some time. So
my brains now work properly.
But
the ministress is Lisa Hannah. Lisa Hannah is Lisa Hannah. Me didn't talk about the Chase one. I think your program should have talked about the Chase thing.
No, I spoke about Chase to Shiny way back in the day because we were following this, and this is why I'm going to come in a little bit because I know the work that she has done in terms of getting to the point where Chase released Shahini. Yeah. In terms of getting to the point where the funds were released by Chase to fix the house.
Yeah.
What happened, was an election that the JLP lost, and I'm not standing up for no political party, kind of know that, but we just know how it works. It's an election that the JLP lost, and after that, everything just dropped.
It's the same thing with Pinnacle too.
It's the same thing with Pinnacle. So nothing was done. Nothing was done. And I think, as Shiny is saying, somewhere in the contract, it seemed to me, because we have done our investigation, that if you didn't use the funding by a certain time, it would have gone somewhere. But it hasn't been since 2000 and that. So it's been a long time and it has not been done.
How much money it take for fix up that place, Ms. Shiny?
At the time, $28 million, I think, was
$28 million?
Was
$47 million. Them just used to have a propaganda thing up in the stadium, Where the CM Lisa Hannah say that $47 million can't fix road.
But they can't fix Marcus Garvey house.
But $27 million, how much MPF the outer many place down there, so? How much MPF?
Oh Lord.
How much MPF outer many place?
I don't remember that figure.
Nobody go like you don't know, ma'am. Tell me how
much did it cost?
I don't own outer many was. I don't own buy it, so you can't talk. How much will you pay? Eh? You don't remember? No, $200 million.
It is in excess of 200.
How much them people fix the road when Obama come here? And the other day them dig up some height and Tom Red come. And them never even drive on it, helicopter and take. How much them pay fee? $200 million too. And millions of dollars that And you tell me said I'm going to take what? $27 million.
At the time, $28 million was allocated. We had said that not maybe, we are sure that it would have taken more money.
Stephen,
but you had
at least the people that wicked.
But it would have been a start.
So the people that were wicked, Stephen. $27 million to fix up Marcus Garvey place, and them have $47 million I keep something about what them call it. Where Jamaica still dependent in a stadium, $47 million a year up on the TV. The Ministries of Culture say on the TV. When asked how much it's going to cost you this year, she said $47 million. And she said that can't fix road because $60 million for fix certain road so. Them pay how much $200 million for buy one thing where it's a relic. And them spend for fix road
for Obama, we never drive pan, must be $200 million. And them can't find without even going through the chase thing and chase that and I run down everybody.
So the question remains,
I just want to clear up something, Muta, because as I understand the issue to be, it's not about the money, you know. Government doesn't own the property, so they have to acquire it. When you acquire property as a government, it means that somebody has to be paid for that property. So we don't even get into talking about relocation, because you would expect that you get compensated and then you can set yourself up somewhere else. The issue, as I've understood it with the Marcus Garvey birthplace, is that they cannot identify who owns the property.
But how come Bruce Goldyn ground there from
what he did was to get the market value of the property and plan to put it in escrow.
But Stephen,
move ahead on the property, and later when we find out who it belongs to, you can collect that money.
Stephen, that don't make sense now, because if you've gone ahead to break ground, it means that you have gone through some of the processes.
Yes, he's prepared the compulsory acquisition.
Right.
So but you're compulsory acquiring something, but at the end of the day, you still have to pay somebody for it. So that money has to be placed somewhere for somebody to collect.
But how can you break ground that you have not yet bought? Is a question, because that is where the confusion comes in.
No. Compulsory acquisition. Compulsory acquisition means that you're not asking the people to sell it to you. You are telling them they have to give it to you.
Them broke the ground for do something. So how come them broke the ground for do the thing?
Because the money was allocated and the money was to be put in escrow. I don't know what happened after the change in government.
No, but I see the question is, I think that before you break the ground, because that's a process, you would already know who owned the ground, which means you either buy it or you acquire it or whatever. Because
or you plan to put the money somewhere for a collect.
No, but you've gone.
But that's a question that's been going on for years. Somewhere for a collect.
No, but you've gone.
But that's a question that's been going on for years, you know, as to who owns it. It's not the first time government has tried to acquire it. But it is the first time. It is the first time government decided to do a compulsory acquisition.
No, it's not the first time. But what I'm saying to you is that the money was identified and ground was broken. I'm saying let us forget all of the compulsory acquisition. The land is there. You go up, you take a fork or a spade and you break the ground. It means that somebody now has acquired that land, own that land before you have the right to go and do that. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm hearing from you is that that was not done. It's the first time I'm hearing that.
Let me ask him something, Miss B.
I need an answer to that, Muta.
All right, yeah. Answer.
Right, so that was not done.
But if government decides to compulsory acquire something, it's not a one-day thing, you know, Andrea.
Yeah,
it's a process. So he begun the process. We should be asking, why hasn't that process continued?
No, that's what we were asking.
That's
what we're asking.
Let me ask you a question. Which thing the government in Jamaica broke wrong and you don't see building the planet start? Tell me. You don't have any project in Jamaica where the government break a ground and it not start some work on the buildings or some work there? We don't have none of them. So why is it that Marcus Garvey, you broke ground somewhere and it a go? Watch a man. I wanna wait for me get whole and care.
Muta, I sat on that committee with the Heritage Trust and others, you know. The plan was to put there a park and to put a replica of the house, not to refurbish the house. And there were even questions raised at that committee of whether or not that was really Marcus Garvey's birthplace.
Exactly, and those questions are still being asked. But the substantive issue right now is what now? What now?
What now is that next year we'll come and talk about it again?
Shiny, you're the member of parliament. And can you say anything to us right now about what now? What can you tell us about what now as an MP for this region?
The last time I inquired, because I keep inquiring, I keep in touch with the Jamaican National Heritage Trust, and it is the relocation. Because the people who live in there are adamant that they have a claim to the house. And relocation continues to be a problem. I, as a member of parliament, took it upon my head to look at where we could relocate the people to. There are places, as I have said before, that are very near to where they're living, that they could have put put them there that they would not have objected to going to. It has not been offered to them. The people who live in the house themselves, they want to move because it is in a dilapidated condition. It's in a deplorable condition. They want to move. And they have done their checks and they have made their own overtures to the Jamaican National Heritage Trust to try and bring the thing to a conclusion. We have to put the blame squarely where it ought to be, and it is in the lap of the Ministry of Youth and Culture and the Jamaica National Heritage Trust. And I have said that we cannot allow this to go on for another. Last year I said it, I said, are we going to go to another birthday celebration and not have anything concrete to show the people, not to tell them, because it past tell now. What people want to do is to see something tangible happening. And I am using this opportunity to call upon the powers that be to act and act expeditiously to remove this shame, this blot from Jamaica and Northeast Centre.
On a quick another matter before you go, Shahini, the Roaring River properties. Professor Robert Hill's research has shown that Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey's grandparents were enslaved on that property. Now we see that property about to be given to China or to China Harbor in return for the China Highway.
I have been checking, and of great concern to me is the Roaring River Great House, which is on the property. And I'm wondering if that Great House, it was refurbished about maybe 5 years ago or 6 years ago. And I hear that it has, I've only heard because I've asked questions. I've not been given any answers that say definitively that this section has been given to the Chinese or that section has been. I asked about the Great House because I see them using the Great House.
Who?
The China Harbor.
Using the Great House? To do what?
They used it for a luncheon recently that I attended. And I asked the question if they were using it courtesy of the UDC or if they had gotten it. I was told off the record that they had gotten it. Now there are a lot of...
I'm about to put down my microphone. Muta, you take it from here, sir.
There are a lot of concerns. The watershed...
Yeah, tell me if you take it from here to the program, don't. That's your thing, because a pure madness me here. A pure madness me here, sister. Trust me, it don't make no sense to me. It don't make no sense. We are dealing with Marcus Garvey, and it don't make no sense to me. It don't make no sense. So, I don't know, if you're not saying nothing, me not say nothing, I could go eat, drink, and be merry, because tomorrow we all die.
You see, it's a big part of why the people have lost their own cultural identity, Things like this happen. There is no consultation with the people. There is no consultation with even the representatives of the people. If you don't respect me, that's all right. I don't care if nobody don't respect Shahini Robinson. But respect the office of Member of Parliament and dialogue with me so that I can tell the people and the people decide what they will accept and what they won't accept. That has not been done. You only hear little snippets, through the grapevine. And there are great concerns. We have the watershed up there that we need to protect, where we get water from. There are so many concerns. And the government needs to address them and address them in a fulsome way.
Any questions?
Say, Mr. Bunting make a statement about drunk road the other day. Say, them wait till him turn him back. The drunk road, them wait till him turn him back. Say, I want to turn me back. And see how much drunk road I go fly up. Believe you me, because it come like it's a drunk road thing I go on in Jamaica now with the people them. It's like them take the people them for the meat where the drunk road eat. See, because when name Adley Shah come on the television and say, when dog dead and puss dead, we clean it up. Drunk bro, hear him now. Then when the PNP do something wrong, who clean it up? No say drunk bro. And himself, he might call drunk bro in the party, So he might accept the idea of drunk bro cleaning up things. Metaphorically calling theme party drunk bro. No, me I say, where were they? Where were the other people now? Where were the other people? Because
Muta, we have to play Nina. We have to go in the mindset of Nina Simone and ask, are we ready?
No, how much talk? All right.
them not do this thing, you know. I will keep coming back. What we must do now, the people who is interested in Marcus Garvey, if them not do what them supposed to do, and them keep go back and forth, this lady say she talking and she's a representative of parliament, so them now listen to she. What Muta Baruka and the people and other, what we must do? What is the action where you think we should have done?
Just before you answer,
as a politician.
Just before you answer, Shiny, because this is urgent and there's a vehicle blocking the entrance. License number 4554 GF.
Yeah, we have to tell some strong man to lift up the car.
4554 GF, you're blocking the entrance. It's urgent. You really do have to move immediately. That's you? All right, move. Okay.
All right, Miss Shahini. You try. The cheers try. What you think we as the people now must do? Tell me.
Maybe all of us should come together with one voice. I don't know if we need to go down to the site and make our voices be heard or go to the Jamaican National Heritage Trust. But we need to, I'm not saying to block road, let me be clear about that. But we need us, I need more people behind me. I need some more voices to help me. I'm one voice in Parliament. I talk for everybody in Northeast Centre. And I believe that something like Marcus Garvey, I'm talking Marcus Garvey's boyhood home, I'm talking for the entire Jamaica. And I believe that whoever can come on board and help to push the program forward should come on board and help it. Andrea's been doing her part. From time to time, she calls to find out what is happening.
Shahini, we're sorry that we're gonna have to leave it here. But when we say leave it here, we mean this on-air conversation. But this conversation has to continue, and then we have to ask ourselves: are we ready, African people? Are we ready, African people? Is a question we have to ask ourselves. I think we are at that point, and we all have to look ourselves in the mirror and ask that question and answer it, what it is that we're ready for. Shiny Robinson, thank you very much. We will follow this up. We didn't know that the sale had begun and or the giving away, the gift granting had begun on the Roaring River property. We're learning that right here, right now. So it means that we have a job, yes, and that they have acquired it. Thank you.
No, luncheon.
Another luncheon.
No, man.
Them never have no music?
No, man. Luncheon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Shahini. Thank you very much. We have, well, this is where we probably can just quickly tie this in with reparations, because the whole struggle and fight for liberation is tied closely and tightly woven with the struggle for reparations. Professor Vereen Shepherd, very good friend to the program, and sister in the struggle, vice chair of the National Reparations Commission, the National Commission on Reparations, and vice chair of the CARICOM Reparations Committee, will now be making a presentation in her capacity as chair of the National Commission of Reparations and vice chair of the CARICOM Reparations Commission. Professor Shepherd doesn't want to take the podium at all because this is not podium morning. All right, but Prof, I'm gonna look, morning, and thanks so much. Well, good. Well, morning, yes, morning.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for having me. Thank you, Running African, Kabu, Ma'at Keru, my brother Muta.
Cutting Edge and Stepping Razor.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you, and thank you, Talking History. That too. All right, Vereen, I know you have a presentation to make, and I don't know how you want to do that first, and then we have a conversation.
Well, I really like the conversational style that you have been embarking on all morning. Where look for Mr. Muta?
You don't have no microphone.
You see when my heart come out of my face.
It looks so.
No, hush.
Like Muta makes this morning.
No, you're one of my favorite ladies,
yes.
In this struggle. But you may say no, Mama. Believe you me. I asked you the question I asked Shayna a while ago. Shayna said she had tried her best to represent the people them to deal with that. She is give them money and it now work out. Where we fed don't know.
Let me tell you something. My view is that unless this becomes an issue that is so important to the people of Jamaica that they make it a political issue that will affect the campaign for election, nothing going to happen. So we have to take it. We have to.
But in Jamaica, them not vote on issues.
Well, we are because we don't hold them to that.
For example, I would like to, between now and elections, talk to every, it's 63 now? 63 seats, right? I intend to speak to each person who is going to contest the election, ask them what is their view on reparation and repatriation as part of reparation. I want them to tell the people of Jamaica, not say it quietly or only at the United Nations. I want to ask them, what is your view, so that the people of Jamaica, and I think the media have a responsibility to hold politicians accountable, ask them, what is your manifesto? So that is the strategy that I would suggest, and the people of St. Anne's will have to also take a stand on this and ensure that what we want is what is going to be done. I think it's a disgrace that so many years after we bring back Marcus Garvey, bring back his body, reinter him in Jamaica, and we're going to have a big ceremony tomorrow in Heroes Park, right? We don't have a heritage site.
The Minister
of
Culture will be there.
Eh?
The Minister of Culture will be there.
I don't know, will be there today, Sunday, tomorrow, Monday.
And it's not so much.
We will see.
Every year they go to Heroes Park and
they
are read.
So you know, can't go to Muta tomorrow and they
okay.
But let me just say quickly.
Just go there to lay a wreath. By the time you get there, it's finished.
Me must go lay a wreath.
I'm saying that's what happens every year. On Marcus Garvey's birthday, you go there and you lay a wreath, and before you know it's done.
Yeah, but me not lay a wreath on birthday.
But you can interview. You can interview the people who are there. But people gathered here, let me say, again, greetings. The National Commission on Reparation is in the house. We are here, one, to support the celebrations for Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey, because we have to. We also are here because we want to support Running African and the team here at irie. This has become a staple on their annual calendar. And it is very important because they are consistently saying to us, we must be one family, we must unite. They are bringing the African family together, and we have to support their One Africa project. But One Africa is not going to become a reality until we stop the fragmentation, work together, and ensure that we know what we're working together for. What is our project? What do we want Jamaica to be? I'm also here with other members of the reparation team because we support Rastafari and their struggle for repatriation. Our report to the government of Jamaica includes repatriation. We don't have no return ticket. Nobody gave us any return ticket when they forcefully relocated us here. The Repatriate Justice Program calls for a financial package, not just for taking people who want to go back to Africa, because that will be deportation. We can't take people back and leave them at the airport, but for resettlement. And the Reparation Commission, in their call for justice, talks about a respectable package that will facilitate that. Other people who came to Jamaica, who were taken to Jamaica, got repatriation as a part of their program and their contract. African ancestors got nothing like that. And so we're here asking for our return ticket and resettlement package. And the Reparation Commission supports that. The Reparation Commission also supports reparation, internal reparation for wrongs committed against our own people. We cannot only ask and negotiate for external reparation. We have to have it right here. And that's why we have also included in our report reparation for the Coral Garden atrocity and other atrocities committed against our people. We are not people who only work on one project. We can work on many projects at the same time. And I want to say that we will never get any reparation settlement, which includes repatriation, apology, and all those other things that we're asking for, if we remain a fragmented people. Weak people will never get reparation, and that is why we have to unite. Nobody has respect for weak people who believe that repatriation, reparation are acts of begging. That's why our Cuban brother Jose Marti said, it is not an act of begging, it is a right, and that is what you should take away. So all I want to say as I leave you is up
Up, you mighty race. Accomplish what you will. And as the young people will say, up, up. I also want to remind you that Marcus Messiah Garvey talks about history education, how important it is. One of the reasons we are so fragmented in Jamaica today is that we don't know, we have no bridge, no indigenous knowledge, no bridge of connection to the African continent. And I don't know why they don't want to teach that, about the great civilizations on the continent and where we're from. I don't know. I think maybe history education breeds revolutionary people and revolutionary minds. But you don't need formal history education to make sure that you are in touch and that you do what you have to do. So as I leave, I will just say, we see, like Marcus Garvey, a new Ethiopia, a new Africa, stretching her hands of influence throughout the world. One Africa.
One nation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Vereen Shepherd, Chair of the National Commission on Reparations and also Vice Chair of the CARICOM Commission on Reparations. Thank you so much, Professor Shepherd. Just before we go to Stephen Goldyn, who is coming to present on behalf of the UNIA, President General of the UNIA, Stephen Goldyn, just to say thanks once again to our sponsors as we broadcast live from the courtyard of irie FM. Total Tools, Main Street, Oteria, Port Antonio, Portland, and Slipe Road, Kingston. Total Tools, we got the tools you need to get the job done. Better wheels, better service, better prices, better wheels. And Noranda Bauxite Company, marvelous water proven to prevent prostate infection and sinus, or is it prostatitis? Contact them at 536-1423. Also, Lifespan Water, Share the Life, Bullhead Mountain Spring Water, just natural. Pink's Fabric, Pink's a real fabric store. Radar, People, Land and Opportunity. Tingles Distributors, TNT Liquidators, home of 8 grand fridge. You didn't get that information, did you, Muta? On the fridge? No. Okay. The Jamaica National Agency for Accreditation, confirming competence, providing confidence in the marketplace. Monique College, your opportunity for success. The Lexus Pharmacy at Petcom Oterias, open every day, including public holidays. Island Dairies is Jamaica's best. Brown's Dry Cleaning, Laundry and Laundromat, Salt Spring Road and 36 Sir Street, Montego Bay. We keep people clean. Add One Nutrition for Life. Let your food be your medicine and your medicine be your food. And Ours United and Mindpower Records promoters of Focus's new single. Do you want to take the podium, Stephen? Or are you going to do it here? All right, the podium is available. All right, from the President General of the UNIA, Stephen Goldyn, joins us now with his presentation.
Give thanks. Thanks, Muta. Thanks for having us, Cabo. And let me say greetings and blessings to everybody here in the courtyard at irie FM as we celebrate on the eve of the 128th anniversary of the birth of our first national hero right here in the parish in which he was born. I represent the Universal Negro Improvement Association in Jamaica. Of course, many of you know that's the organization founded by Marcus Garvey here in 1914. So this is our 101st year. And in light of that, we are announcing our Garveyism 101. We spent the past 4 to 5 years really piloting, teaching Garveyism in the schools at the primary level, at the secondary level. And come September, we are launching a program which is exploring teaching Garveyism at the early childhood level. And we will be doing that at the Marcus Garvey Basic School or the Marcus Garvey Early Childhood Center in Kingston. I want to say to the brothers and sisters here that the UNIA is still alive and well. We spend a lot of time speaking about Marcus Garvey, and indeed we're here to celebrate him today and his birth, his life, and his work. But we have to remember that the majority of his life and his work was dedicated towards creating this racial confraternity. And we don't give it enough emphasis or focus since he has left this dispensation in 1940. So I want to encourage brothers and sisters to seek out more knowledge about the fraternity, seek to establish divisions or chapters wherever you are. We have a young chapter growing in St. Anna, and we hope to tell you more about that later. Garveyism means, exactly as the theme says, one Africa, recognizing our African identity and not recognizing our differences as nationalities, as rich or poor, as Jamaican or Trinidadian, but recognizing our common ancestry and working towards a collective security and a collective base of creating wealth. Tomorrow, August 17th, the UNIA in Kingston will launch their Cafe Africa at the Small Business Association, which was once the private offices of Marcus Garvey, right across the street from his former home, Somali Court in New Kingston. And this is one of the things we are big in pushing, in sort of re-energizing and restructuring the UNIA. Certainly it's about racial education and understanding Marcus Garvey and understanding his philosophy, but it's also the practice of us linking our businesses together to create conglomerates. We live in a country where we are over 90% black people, but yet we control less than 15% of the wealth of this country. And that shouldn't seem normal to anybody. We have to remember we've moved from a plantocracy and from chains on the plantation to an economic structure that sees us being the little man. When we speak of business, we speak of small business. It's time for black people to start speaking of big business. This is what Garvey inspired us to do. Black Star Line, hotels, groceries, trucking companies, you name it. And so we start tomorrow with the launch of this restaurant, because one of the first businesses the UNIA started in New York was the Universal Restaurant in 1919, a few months before Garvey launched the Black Star Line. And so with enough members, with enough interest, and with enough support, we can reestablish this legacy, and we don't plan to stop until we create also the Black Star Airline. So I salute you, my brothers and sisters. One God, one aim, one destiny. Get active, get organized. This is the true legacy of Marcus Garvey. Give thanks.
One Africa, one nation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Stephen Goldyn, President General of the UNIA. With
yeah,
that,
but him go away. No, I don't want him to go away. Come back here to come sit down, bridge. Where you run, come on.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, man. You forgot. You're head of the UNIA. No,
sorry, Muta. I thought that was my cue to exit. No, I was saying to Cabo.
So you must don't talk now because ask some question. That's it.
Go ahead.
All right.
No, just correct me, because you were saying that I'm giving you the
Not President General. President.
Who's the President General?
The President General is Cleophas Miller, who is headquartered in Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay. Let me ask you something now, because I didn't involve in the reasoning that's a while ago. As the head of the UNIA in Jamaica, tell me the move. What must we do now? Consider and say, the other places have exhausted their time when it comes on to the refurbishing or whatsoever you call it of Marcus Garvey place. What should we do now?
To refurbish?
No, what? All right.
About his birthplace,
yeah,
about the birth site.
Yeah, what should we do now?
I don't know. That's really our purview, you know, Muta, because in doing those things, like I said before, it's not owned by the government, so it has to be acquired. Anybody who's going to do anything there has to purchase that property.
We don't want to go through where we go through already. We know all of these things about legalities and this and this and that, but we're not seeing it getting anywhere. So me ask.
No, you're asking me if we should block the road and attack the government for moving too slow?
No, you know understand what me ask you what we should do. Me ask you, me not suggest what we should do. Me ask you, as the head of the UNIA, what should we do now? Man laugh.
Let us find out what the status is with it right now, because I haven't heard.
But we don't talk about the status a while ago with you, right? And so, and question them the gear thing. We don't hear all of them things already about, yes, the thing for sign it, so man took hole in the ground and it no work and this and that. We hear all of them things there. May I ask you, I'm the head of the UNIA in Jamaica. You is the head of the UNIA, Marcus Garvey movement, and it's Marcus Garvey place we are talking about. What should we do now
to get the project going?
Oh gosh, my way I ask me about something. They don't know what I ask about, man.
Muta, I don't really get your question. Let me be honest with you. As the UNIA is not our priority and our focus is not necessarily the birthplace or places of Marcus Garvey. Even the Liberty Hall in Kingston is owned and operated by the government. Heritage sites are controlled and operated by government. Government is supposed to be representative of the people.
Yes.
The people want to see something happening at Marcus Garvey's birthplace. And successive governments have announced that things are going to happen. And it's not happening.
So what should we do now?
First, we need to really understand why it is not happening.
Yeah, but we understand why it happened already. We don't explain that a while ago, man.
The persons who are living at the birthplace, right?
Yeah.
What are they willing to do?
What who willing
right?
to do?
And in terms of identifying,
government move people off of them land every day.
No, and these people might very well be in the audience. We have had many
government move people off of them land every day. Always people don't want to move.
Muta, we are talking about Africans who are living in that place. And hang on. And we are talking about our brothers and sisters who are living there, who have claimed it, whether it is by blood or otherwise. Now, we have had many interviews with them over the years, and they have said what they are willing to do. They have also had interviews with the government, and they have told the government what they are willing to do. The process is far gone. It's gone beyond that.
Well, but that's just don't talk about.
Right. So it is not even a matter of
so don't put it on the people then.
No, it's not. It's not the people who are in the place, because they have already said what they will do and what they're willing to do.
So, Stephen, you don't know what we should have done now then.
I think government should compulsorily acquire it and develop it like other heritage sites. But I also understand the hitch in a compulsory acquisition.
No, it's not there, man.
Compulsory acquisition and really...
Government thief things from people every day. Government thief things from people every day.
Yeah, but Muta, are we talking relocation?
Hang on. Let me put I feel I have to put an end to the line, Muta. Let me tell you why. Because the people who occupy that property have been there for a while. They're human beings, they're Africans.
And you can't just move them like that.
And we don't want just to talk about moving them or pushing them out. They have said what it is that they will do. They have communicated that to the government.
Yes.
It is whether or not the government is willing to meet it. So they need to decide that outside. But these are our brothers and sisters who are occupying that place.
So the government is the stumbling block in the whole thing, not the people.
No, it's a government. But I think we have, Muta, because we have so much more to come, Stephen.
All right.
We have other speakers. I'm going to give you a final word on it.
All right. I understand Muta's frustration, Cabo, because we would like to see that develop too. But
so you were not frustrated though?
Muta, I was there when the ground was broken. I sat on the committee that planned what was to do there.
You not frustrated.
I am frustrated, but more so than us building these relics to glorify Marcus Garvey. I am more concerned with our people understanding Garveyism and practicing it. I mean, one more site with a hero's name on it does what to change?
No, but the symbolism of it, it's important. Symbols are important to African people.
I understand that, Andre, and Marcus Garvey has a lot of symbols and a lot of recognition.
What a parish name?
Saint Anne.
Who was Saint Anne?
Saint Anne, I don't know which one of the European queens.
Yeah, which. Who
was Saint Anne, Muta?
No, but this you ask me when me ask you. Me I try to show you say, what the sister say, symbolism is what white people use to press themselves in a people culture.
Exactly.
They put up statue, building and name road off of them. We not do that because we not see it important. So when you are say you're not interested in that as important. It is very important.
No.
Because a group of youth from Oakland.
Don't misrepresent me, Muta.
A group of youth from Oakland 2 weeks ago. Me go meet them a Montego Bay. One of them main visit was to visit that same place what we are talking about. So you see symbolism, and black people not understand what symbolism is. Because when you call a country, when you call a parish St. Anne, I don't know what it means. Or who was St. Anne. And we are talking about Marcus Garvey so now, and you are say, well, really, that's important, but...
Yeah, but Muta, we have the Liberty Hall, we have the Small Business Association, we have a number of things at sites where Garvey, we have the Indian club at the house that he used to live.
Yeah, but
right, we have signs put up.
When born.
When born, we are talking.
Muta, don't make it look like I'm knocking it, you know.
No, me not look like
But rituals and symbols are one thing, but it's not enough to just put a symbol up there if we're not educating the people.
But if you put the symbol up there to educate the people.
Symbols alone don't educate, Muta, you know that.
We have to go to a break. We take a break. We'll be right back. Thank you very much, Stephen. All right, you're inside of the our very special tribute to Mwalimu Marcus Messiah Garvey. Very heated conversation, but I think that we need a bit of that passion, because here we are, Muta, at a place where we sometimes it is not that we didn't know we were there, but when it is articulated by those in the know, then it becomes even.
I'm sorry to be so naive with this conversation we are going on a while ago, but maybe it's because it's being naive why I react so. And I think it's a good reaction.
Yes.
And I apologize for the reaction.
No, I wouldn't. No, you have no need to.
Sometimes you have to react certain way. Because really and truly, when I hear is the same thing we are talking about continuously. And we are asked what the people are going to do.
And we've come back to the very same place.
What we are going to do? What we really are going to do?
That is why, you see, that's the thing. That's the theme for this, and you're saying it to me off air. We're talking about black power, and what does black power mean? And I go right back to the feature that you play, and we go right back to Amos Wilson, and we go right back to Marcus Garvey, and we come right forward to Omali Yeshitela, and we could go around and around. But it is what it is. What do we mean when we talk about, whether we say African power as Tekla reminds us to say, or black power? What does that mean? Is that just a slogan? We're talking about economic power, political power, social power, and military power.
John Henry Clark said, powerful people will never educate powerless people in what it means to take the power away from them. Because the aim of powerful people is to stay powerful by any means necessary.
And we understanding that, know that we have to become powerful also by any means necessary.
Any means necessary, yes.
And that is why military power is important. We're joined on an economic power. We're joined on the stage. Thank you so much. The colonels have come in from far. Moortown.
Okay, which one is the Moortown? Moortown, man.
Colonel Sterling is here from Moortown. Colonel Farron Williams from Akompong. Thank you so much for coming in. And this is our brother Colonel from Flagstaff Maroons in Trelawney, Trelawney Town Maroons. You're not a colonel, but you're representing the Trelawney Town Maroons. Chief, right? Michael Grizzle from the Trelawney Town Maroons. And they're really here. They're going to be also making a presentation. And we'll start with you, Mike. Oh, you wanted to say something to them before?
No.
All right, we'll start with you, Michael Grizzle, because I know we have your seated like that, but since it's going this way all morning, we'll just continue with it. But you have a few minutes, a minute or so.
A blessed love. We still bring you greetings still, and it's a great day today for us from Trelawney Town to be here. Up. Yeah, because I know my.
It's not his microphone.
I don't think so. It's my fault that.
Can we get the engineers to
I don't think it's my fault
the audience to hear the
speakers? Radio, but you're not accompanying the sound out there.
Yeah, we're on the radio, but not on the speaker boxes. Is that better? Is that any better for us?
It's kind of a little bit low, but yeah. Because sometimes we have to hear it from a different perspective of what Maroon is and how we take it away. You know what I mean? With how we're creating the unity and everything. And from we, the Trelawney Town Maroons, who the last in the islands of history.
Yeah,
and no one never did see us. You know what I mean?
All right, can we get the engineers?
Blessed love.
Mr.
Yes.
Wisdom or somebody, can you help
Rastafari. Yeah, because this today mean a lot to us to be here to celebrate with the RFM crew and the family, the running African family. Because we say that the legacy that Marcus Garvey has left with us and how we from the Town Maroons see the whole aspect of how we have been separated and the propaganda that has been spread as to how the treaty that did go with the Maroons. And they try to split the people by looking at the Maroons as if the Maroons were just capturing the enslaved Africans. Within we Maroons are actually the ones who actually formed the government, and yet still them take away the Town Maroons back in 1795 and send us to Canada and then to Sierra Leone in Africa. But our ancestors returned, the same contingency of those Town Maroons returned to Jamaica and resettled this town that we now rekindling, the town that we call Flagstaff, yes? And this town is actually at the edge of Trelawney in St. James, which is a brother to a compound town, yes? And we within that town realize the legacy that Marcus Garvey still left with us of being self-reliant, of how we are farming entrepreneurship within our community and doing certain things on our own without any form of governmental agency involved in what we're doing. Yeah? We actually see that right now we have to be in a most way of moving forward with this legacy that Marcus Garvey left with us of this self-reliance and this connection to Africa. Because we have to understand that Maroon communities were not formed because some slaves come on a ship and run off in the mountain and hide from the British. No! We come out of the Nile Valley, come through the Saharan Desert. We built ancient Egypt, are the same people who created the astrolabe and the compass and knows of the earth round. In 1492, when Christopher Columbus left Spain, them said Europeans said the earth flat. And the same Moors, them who rule Spain, sail the ship come down as Seville. That's why Seville named Seville, because the last place in Spain that the British Ferdinand and Isabel reduced to rubbles and set back the earth 500 years. They named Seville the Nueva. We within Trelawney town, I see the real history and I connect it and I understand, say yes, we are one people and we are Africans, we are not just Maroon. We want to get rid of the name Maroon and start talking, so we are Ashanti, Koromanti. We have to bring back the legacy and know, so we have to identify with Africa and not just come to Jamaica for say, we did assist the British. Yeah? We give ISIS to Paul Bogle, we give ISIS to Chief Taki, we give ISIS to all of the ancestors that move forefront from we till now, for understand that we as a people can uplift ourselves if we unite as a force. We have to be one. We can't have a discrepancy between whether Maroon or Rasta. The Trelawney Town Maroons are here today to establish a link between the Rastafari community and Maroons. For understand, sir, we are the indigenous people. And 1991, when the indigenous people convention gone, them said the land must go back to the indigenous people, so they can't call we squatters. They have to know that the land of Jamaica is for the people. And we have to unite to move forward. Rastafari and blessed love.
Wow, very powerful, very powerful. Thank you very much, representing the Flagstaff Maroons here on Unity. Thank you so much, Brother Michael Grizzle. And now Colonel Ferron of the Akompong Maroons, who have come with the 30 drums of Akompong from Ghana. But first of all, making his presentation. Go ahead, Colonel.
Let me say, well, good morning to Raiderland, and how happy I am to be in this celebration for our first national hero of Jamaica. As the saying say, Africa for one and all. And if one should look at our skin, you know, it's appalling to see persons nowadays trying to actually change the color of their skin. I cry deep down when I see people on the street behaving as if the black man is inferior to the white man. Again, we should all remember that once we are a black man, we are an African. Wherever we go, wherever we come from, we're still one Africa. From the east to the west. And we, especially in a kampong, pride ourselves from coming from the Gold Coast. That's Ghana originally. And one day we are hope to be going back to Ghana to look for our foreparents, our relatives and friends.
One Africa, one nation. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much, Colonel Ferron Williams from the Akompong Maroons, and all the way from Nannytown, from the Moortown Maroons, Colonel Wallace Sterling.
Let me first say good morning to everyone. And it is a pleasure for us to be here this morning representing the Moortown Maroon community. And I must make an apology for the absence of Colonel Frank Lumsen and from the Charlestown Maroon community. He is here with us in spirit, but he couldn't physically be here with us today. Now, the Maroons have always seen themselves as a liberating force in Jamaica. Not in Jamaica alone, but within the Caribbean and the New World. Africa is one of the most beautiful continents in the world. It is the richest in its mineral resources. Unfortunately for our African foreparents, Africa was invaded by European colonizers, and they managed to separate our people. They sold some of them into slavery, and those that came to this part of the world were our ancestors. But a lot of them were indoctrinated under the colonial system. But they were brave people within the ranks of those slaves that came to this part, because many of them that came were kings, and some of them were queens, some of them were princes and princesses. There are people who were proud. And I want to say here that amongst those were people like Krojo, people like Kwao, people like Granny Nanny, people like Marcus Garvey, people like Taki, people like Sam Sharp. All of these people stood out in the history of Jamaica because they stood up for what was right, and they fought for what they believe in. Now, the word maroon has been bandied around amongst our people. But I must say that our foreparents never called themselves maroon. They call themselves Yankunkuno. So we today refer to ourselves as Yankunkuno Pikibo. And I'm not going to be calling a word without I explain to you what it means. The word Yankunkuno is an Akan word. And it means a free and independent people. People who are self-reliant. People who rely on themselves for whatever they want. They would stand up and fight to defend their neighborhood, their community in which they live. So, in the first place, the word maroon was really a derogatory way to describe the slave that leave the plantation. And here I am saying slaves that leave the plantation. No slave run away from the plantation. They left of their own free will because they could do so. You run away from a place that you actually belong. No slave belongs to the plantation. If you want to say they run away, let's say they run away from Africa, because that is where they belong, to the motherland. So today we're here to celebrate the anniversary of the birth of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And he was one of those Africans who knew what it meant to say to Africans in the diaspora that you are all one people, you are one African. And when we unite as a people, as African, then we will be able to regain that which is rightly ours. And I am hoping that today the legacy of Marcus Garvey does not die and remain somewhere in an obscure place. This is something that should be taught to the students in school. If you listen to the radio station, what happened is when the songs are played, the children hear it repeatedly. And because of that, they are very much familiar with it. The history of our foreparents is to be taught. And we, the elders, must ensure that it is done. We cannot wait on anybody to tell our history, because history is written from the viewpoint of the person who is doing the right thing. We as black people must go out there and put it in the forefront. Tell it to our children. Tell them daily. in the Bible, Moses said, you know, these things must be written on the doorpost. It must be written on the lintel. You must recite them when you go out in the field, when you are working. And this is what we need to do with our heroes. We need to talk about them daily. We need to repeat it to the children. We need to ensure that in the school, every classroom, and every door, and every lintel, the history of our foreparents must be written there. Because if we don't do that, then somebody's going to write what they want to write for us, and it's not going to be good. We are all one African. We are all one people. And I thank you. Medasi, Medasi.
Medasi, Medasi. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Colonel Wallace Sterling from the Motown Maroons.
You know, say, I mean, I'll be disrespectful, you know. But the most sensible Maroon speeches me ever hear from a long while. You know. From the three man, they sit down as well, you know. Yeah, man, I'll be disrespectful.
No, it's not disrespectful.
Me love when I hear.
No disrespect, yes.
Yeah, me love when I hear, and you have to remind me of that word, you know, because you see, you know, you're going to make me stop say Maroon from today. So you have to remind me of the word name. Kwang Kung Kuno.
No, say it in the microphone. Say it. Yang Kung Kuno. Yang Kung Kuno Pikibo.
No. Why, you know it already. Any day you hear me say that on the radio. No, yeah, me know you're Maroon, but you know. Me know you're Yang Kung Kuno. You're Yang Kung Kuno too, but you know, hear me say though. Me want to be corrected.
Yeah,
as of today, when I say Maroon, we want to be corrected. Because knowledge is power. Bless. And when you just say a while ago, I give me power now.
Write it down, Monique.
So me never did like the word Maroon for a long time.
Yes.
Yang Kung Kono. Trust me, I go to bed now, my wife, I go wonder why me I repeat it. Yang Kung Kono.
Look here, make we hear everybody say Yang Kung Kono Pikibo. Yang Kung Kono Pikibo.
Yeah, man.
Over here, sir. Yang Kung Kuno Pikibo. Exactly.
I joke them a joke over there, so you don't see I joke them a joke.
Say it again. Yang Kung Kuno Pikibo.
Yeah, man, a good word that. Me love the word because it's a Akan word. And the Maroon thing, they kind of throw me off, you know. Yeah, me don't like when people say them I'm Maroon, it's all like them want to separate themselves from me.
Right, true.
But the meaning where you gay, yeah. Young Kunkuno, we can relate to that because me are one of them too. Yeah, man.
One Africa.
One Africa.
One unity. We're gonna hear more from the Yankee Kinapukabo later on because we have groups. 30 drums from Ghana will be here with our compound group, and Colonel Wallace, your group will be doing.
Yeah, man. We will be
singing at.
As we say in Maroon parlance, we'll be Tinya printing and we're going Platfoot too.
No, say that again.
Tinya printing. We're going to play the drums and we're going to dance as well.
Tinya printing and Platfoot.
Well,
that's going to happen a little while.
You look like Goldyn, you know. You look like Goldyn, I believe you. I wonder if you Goldyn Fala. I deliberately bite out the bone teeth then. No, it's a serious thing. The young Kunkuno Pikibo, I want serious word. Yes. It. But my virgin, you look like a Ghanaian chief when I meet down so already.
Colonel Williams.
Believe you me, Colonel Williams.
Talking the microphone, Colonel.
The man look like, like him just come on the boat a while ago.
Hope to go there.
Yes.
Hope never go there yet?
No. One colonel from a compound went there. Meridi Road.
We were there together.
Yes. Right now, that's where the drums are from.
Yes.
One of our young warriors, a Rastafarian too, from a compound.
Yeah.
He went to Ghana. Yeah. He's an international artist.
Yeah.
And worldwide, travel worldwide. And in fact, he spent over 2 million to acquire these drums from Ghana.
Wow.
And he brought people from Ghana
to play them,
to come and train our people here.
That sounds sweet. That sounds sweet.
And those drums are here today. And those who are trained will be here.
Will be here
to play today.
All right, let me ask you a question now. Anyone out there them can answer me. Why is it that Arabic words is in the Coromante language or the language of the Yankunkunu them? Why is it that you have Arabic word in it? Like salam alaikum and all them thing there? Or that reach there?
Well, one should remember that we have different tribes in Africa.
Yeah.
Different
we have
nations.
The Ashanti, the Karamanti, the Congolese, and the etc. Tribes. Now, former years they usually hide something from each other, and even now we in Jamaica are still practicing to hide things from people, because one should remember, Muta, if you want to hide something from us, put it in writing.
Yeah, but that may still, you know. Salam alaikum is a Arabic word, it's an Arabic greeting.
Okay.
And it looks strange for hear the young Kunkunu people say Salam alaikum. So there must be somewhere coming across the Atlantic Ocean where Islam and Akan, Karamanti did clash. So how it reaching the language itself? Is it because of the influence of Arab on the West Coast?
With my opinion, to Brother Muta, I think with the influence of Islam and the taking over the north and from the north and West Africa,
from Morocco come down,
of Arabs, I think that influence.
The language.
The Arabic language.
And we must also remember that the Arabs were deeply involved in the enslavement of Africans.
I think even on the Moorish, part of it, that with Spain and Moors and so forth, that I think Moors were not just Arabic, you had Christian Moors.
No, but the Moors were not Arabs.
No.
They were Islam, Muslims.
They were Muslims. You know what I mean? So out of that Muslim experience come that kind of a salam alaikum and that kind of a vibe.
Dr. Afros has done some serious research on that, and I think I know Dr. Afros, Sultana Afros has written widely on it, and I think that's where you're going to go. Go ahead, Colonel. Yes.
No, I wanted to say that we must remember that our foreparents, by and large, came from Africa. And during the time that they came over, the Islamic influence, right, was very much in part of Africa.
Widespread,
right? It was widespread. So what you find happening is that our foreparents coming here, living together, they came from different African tribal background with different religious beliefs and customs and practices. But one of the Arabic greeting, like you say, that remain with us even today is the way you greet somebody, right? That is one of the way of greeting. There are other ways of greeting that is non-Arabic, right?
Right.
So you got to look at it that some of them would have had some sort of Christian influence as well. But by and large, a lot of them had some Islamic influence. Yeah. And that is part of, that is a retention of it.
Yes, and
in the greeting.
I think Dr. Afros has also pointed to in her writings that there's a language and there are also practices. There are some practices that we see the retention in some of the community.
I don't know if we have time, but one of the things where you can realize in Aito, when them say Africans sell out Africans in Africa, is that you have some black people in Africa who never see themselves as African, but them see themselves as Muslims. So when a man say he's a Muslim, him say everybody is infidel. So him not have no qualms about, you see you're not Muslim, so you just like what them are going, Boko Haram, is what them call ISIL and them thing there. Even though you could have say you're Muslim too, if you fit them kind of Muslim, them go and go do something to you. Well, I am seeing that was happening in Africa, where white people come there, and because some African who say them are Islam never say him brethren as Islam, because him never sell him out because him is an African, Him sell him out because him was not Muslim.
Right.
You understand? And
which we see continuing to this day.
Yeah, and that we must really recognize, African never sell out African because them is African. African sell out African because them is of them religious persuasion. And if we don't understand that, we're going to make Christianity catch the same way and Islam catch you again, the same thing. Like what we see going on the Middle East, where is Islam has set up themselves and Christianity has set up themselves on it.
And I don't know if Olimat at all is in the audience or she's texting me from overseas or somewhere, but she says...
I think she got away. Her mother, yeah.
Oh, she says the Senegambians were Muslims. They were enslaved Africans. 1,000 years the Arabs enslaved us before the white
Arabs enslaved Africans longer than the Europeans.
Yes.
Yeah, that is true.
And she herself from
and
the
the enslavement was probably even worse too.
But we don't talk about Arab colonization, you know.
Hardly ever.
We talk
but
about...
we do.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, European colonization was more devastating outside of Africa. You see, Arab colonization was devastating inside
within the continent of Africa.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We're going to hear so much more from the Yankunkuno Pikibu later on in the program. Thank you, Colonel. Thank you so much.
If you don't want to say Yankunkuno Pikibu, you say Granny Nani Yo-Yo.
No,
a Yankunkuno Pikibu we love. But we love Granny Nani, you know. But
mix up a brain with that word.
But you want other greetings different from the Salam Alaikum?
I might say Nanti.
Nanti?
Yeah, you know, you replied to me in Brabra.
In Brabra?
Yeah.
Boss, the last time me talked to a maroon in the rata. Me had him go for war, you know.
Oh, a maroon, eh?
A maroon, not because me had him go for war. Because me I say, where you say, Reggie? When me I tell you about Taki and everything, they tell me why Taki did not fit dead. When me I tell you about Paul Boog, they tell me say, why Paul Boog did not get sell out. And when me I tell you about Three Finger Jackie, they tell me, I say, wow.
All right, yes. That is why we say one Africa today.
One Africa.
One Africa.
Yeah, blessed
one Africa. One nation.
Yeah, man. The Rasta spirit make it stomach more.
All the labels are in the house, but we're one Africa.
Yeah, man.
One Africa.
Yeah.
One Africa, Colonel. One Africa, my brother. All right, inside, coming live from the irie FM courtyard and Muta. Wow.
Yes.
What do you see?
The people them in the sun hut.
We apologize, it's burning us.
You can't apologize for the sun.
No, me apologize for it burning. If no me I said burning us too.
Well, if them can't take the sun, you can't just imagine them can't take the father.
Well, there you go.
Because the son and the father are supposed to be one, you know.
There you go. All right, just to quickly thank the sponsors once again who have made this event possible. Muta, I'm giving you this paper because I want you to help me to read it.
I have the paper. All
right. Money College.
Why the paper going on my bag, you know.
Okay, Money College, your opportunity for success. The Lexus Pharmacy at Petcom Outreas open every day, including public holidays, and both Money College and the Lexus Pharmacy here on the ground. As a matter of fact, most of the sponsors that we're calling today are actually here with their tents. Island Dairies is Jamaica's best. Brown's Dry Cleaning, Laundry and Laundromat, Salt Spring Road and 36 Church Street in Montego Bay. We keep people clean. Add One Nutrition for Life. Let your food be your medicine and your medicine be your food.
Ours United and Mind Power Records promotion of, what you call the word? Focus.
Focus is. Cross on the page.
It's a new word.
Put page for F.
Focus new single. Total Tools, Main Street, Ocho Road, Port Antonio, Portland, and Slive Road, Kingston. Total Tools. We got the tools you need to get the job done. Better wheels, better service, better prices, better wheels. Norando, backside, Marvelous Water. Marvelous Water proven to prevent prostate, infection, and sinus. Contact them at 536-1423. In the premises.
Yeah, so we have to.
All the man them who can't we go over there, so go find the man who are dealing with the prostate thing. Yeah,
but I don't think it's proven to prevent prostate. I think we need to correct it. It must, because the prostate is what it is and it is there. So it must be prostatitis or prostate something
cancer
or something. You know.
That I say.
Yeah, I can't prostate.
But if you can't you know, say something wrong with the prostate. You have to go over there. So
I think we're reading it wrong.
Lifespan Spring Water.
Yeah.
Share the life.
Yes.
Bullet Mountain Spring Water, just natural. Pings Fabric Pings, the real fabric store. RADA, People, Land and Opportunity, Things Distributor, TNT Liquidators, home of G Grand Fridge.
Oh, it's G Grand or 8 grand?
8 grand.
Okay.
8 grand. I know 8.
8, Mr. Dem.
Yeah, 8 grand fridge. I still don't know what is that 8 grand fridge.
Yes.
Home of 8 grand fridge. The Jamaican National Agency for Accreditation confirming competence, providing confidence in the marketplace. These are the sponsors.
Thank you so much for coming on board, and thank you so much to the large crowd that has gathered here in the courtyard of irie FM. And remember, if you're coming, it's gonna be the sun is going to go down soon.
Yeah, no, it will get low. Watch out.
If
Wait till the sun move. You're going to see how much people in here.
me think you say sun can move.
No, I'm going to where you are. So I don't want to confuse you.
Me not wait for you to come.
No,
I don't wait for you.
I don't want to confuse you.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we are really, really, really pleased with what we're seeing in the courtyard of irie FM in terms of a turnout and the fact that you're in the sun and you know, being part of the audience in the way that you're being. So thank you so much for that. We ask for those persons who are coming still, you know, put a hat on your head, put on some lotion, to sun lotion if you have it, because the time is hot. And rehydrate yourself. We have water, we have bullet water, we have lifespan water, we have marvelous water.
Government supposed to vex because we have more water down here than what them have in the dam.
And you know, Muta has said that if we lose the Roaring River, if
more
we
water
lose the Roaring River watershed, what will happen to the Garden Parish and what will happen to Jamaica? We have to stand up for something or fall for anything.
And the drunk of them will eat way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Prince Steve and the Sons of Thunder.
On the stage. Prince Steve is a man from Montego Bay way. Anytime the man you play a job, you must move, you know. If you don't move, you need to go to the morgue.
All right, just about 6 minutes after 11 o'clock, Prince Steve taking the stage now. Muta, you know, Aris Lacham is here.
Oh? Yeah, no, I mean, don't forget that. You think me forget that? I'm still going to be a thick man.
No, because you're a fruitarian.
No, let him eat up there. Let him eat up there.
I know. And we wanted to mention... Yeah, go ahead, Muta.
No, me just say that talk about Prince Steve. Say, when time the man played for a long time, you know the man played drum a man to go be. People don't know, say, y'all eat fire too, you know, Prince Steve. People don't know that, you know. A long time Prince Steve eat fire, you know. And the first man, me see fire, you know. Believe you me, you know. Because I never know about North Coast until I see the man.
The audience says them feel the heat.
Prince Steve saw them eat fire, the audience says them feel the heat.
No, the man eat fire different from other people.
Wow. I think we're losing everything right now. It is so
the breeze they have to cool down.
Well, it's a contradiction. I mean, yeah, man, it's windy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Once again, welcome to our listeners, our viewers.
Prince Steve, we're going to beat that story.
At irie.fm.net. And to those of our special listeners on whonews.com on the 107s, 107.1 all the way to 107.9. Also on your mobile apps, your irie FM mobile apps. Check it out. Check out the irie FM website and you'll see how you can get to the mobile apps. Thank you so much for joining us.
You should have tell the people about some of the listeners them were down there. So what them I said to you on your, what you call it, what's up,
on the social media. You know why I'm not reading? Because of the sun, I'm not able to see. I'm not seeing the screen, but I'll read later when the sun goes down.
When the sun goes down.
Yes, exactly. All right. Amina Blackwood Meeks, our sister Amina Blackwood Meeks, will be taking the second segment of the program shortly when we go into other cultural performances. And the third segment, our sister Dennis Isis Miller, along with DJ Bones, will be taking the third segment. We are going through until
9 o'clock.
Yeah, we're going to be here.
9 o'clock, you say.
I know I should say 9.
Yeah.
Well, you're leaving at 9?
I don't know.
You know, you're planning.
You want me to leave at 9?
No, but why you leave at 12?
We are going after that.
Well, we don't see.
I push in a bag, you told government.
We see.
You told government, I tell people push in a bag.
We see, man. You trust me, man, trust me. All right, Prince Tiba and the Sons of Thunder live on stage right now in the courtyard of irie FM. Prince Tiba and the Sons of Thunder.
Radio, irie FM.
ancient Rastaman, the ancient chant of the Ayabingi. Congo man say Rastaman. Ancient man say I am being the man. The ancient man say Congo man say Jah is worthy to be praised from the uprising of the sun until the setting thereof. Come and praise him now. They go praise him. They go praise him. They come and praise Marcus Garvey Heights. It's when leave it right there so that we go take it from. So sometime when I play drums, wipe a message right in the drum. Alright. This is the man from the left, yeah? Goldyn Nights. Right now I want all his fans and everyone know that we will not be able to see you today, but you have something special.
Greetings! Give thanks to all who there, because all who there when happy there, but hear what I say, all when they are, say them still there. Hey, you see I and Irie FM, now in them. You see I and Irie FM, now have nothing to do with them. Look on them good if you see I in them. I is in him. So don't take I and him like them and those. Them and those just like to pose. But I and him treading hard and tough. In our name, Brandy Crocus. Nah, look no fight. Nah, look no fuss. I no care who come last, from who come first. Once in Haile Selassie I the first. Them put them trust. So you say I and Irie FM. Not in a them. You say I and Irie FM. Now have nothing to do with them. I them create them guns and drugs industry. Because it's used up by them super stars and them who working for them fame to turn them brothers and sisters in a dub. So you say I and Irie FM. Now in a them, I and Irie FM. Now in a them, you see I and Irie FM. Now have nothing to do with them. Them still a kill out them youth. Them still a kill them youth, man. Them still a kill the youth when the youth is the fruit from the seed them sow. The youth is the fruit from the seed them sow. And them sow the seed of man and woman. Man and woman is just in the likeness of God and Goddess. It's about time man and woman rise up from the likeness of God and Goddess.
Up. Rise
to the fullness of I and I and I. Haile Selassie I watch what them a do and just a listen to what them a say, because the action of these youth is in them DNA. You see
listen,
and irie FM not in them.
I and irie FM now have nothing to do with them. Story piece of message, man. Lyric for Goldyn. Hear me now. You see, through I and I know, say, we have the right gospel, the chant. I saw it all said, you know. Me want to just say something before me move about the right gospel. Very slow. Cut it down, Goldyn. Say you can hear when Rasta gospel a chant. Jah say, Jah say. Say you can hear King Selassie gospel a chant. The Rastaman I say, what King Selassie I say. Why say virgin? He say you can't hitch, now go wrong. The victory is sound of His Majesty. I'm power. So King Selassie is thy victory. Says Marcus Garvey is thy victory. You can hear, yes I am, when Rasta gospel a chant. I am man say, Jah say. Say you can hear King Selassie I gospel a chant. The Rasta man I say, what King Selassie I say. What the King say? Tell me, no man. He say you can't itch, now go around. This victory song of His Majesty. I'm para alien King Selassie. Say King Selassie, thy victory. I listen to this man here, him call him Bongo Shine. When him come on stage and talk, I me tell him to not talk, man. So him talk, two. Alright, make the drum talk, no man. Make the drum talk. So, me not have nothing more to say, no, because what? You see the drums? Make it say the rest. Make it say the rest. Praise Him in the morning, praise Him in the evening, praise Him at noon. Yeah, man. say if you want more, and I'm not going to talk to. Love you, no?
Prince Diva, no, sir, come sit down back.
Yo, how will the man go, Rasta?
Prince Diva, no.
Oh, how will the man go?
No, Prince Diva.
How will this man go?
With this one, Prince Diva, sit down back. Sit down back, Prince Diva. No. No.
Ja, bless it.
Prince Diva. Well, here, you know.
How will the man go, Rasta?
Hear that? I know me now. I'm so just a swole firm. Well, right, you know. I'll tell you a little something about this rhythm. So, you see, and I, enough mission we have been to. And we don't put the Nayabinga rhythm there. Because you see the African rhythm, it is well wide, you know. So when we go play drums, don't close me up in one little corner. So I want to come clear from Africa, right from Africa. So you see Muta don't ride no scooter. And Muta don't wear shampata. But when him get message from Africa, he can come right here so in Jamaica. On the track, I just love to say something. So I say Leonard P. Owell from up there, from up the line. Yes, I give thanks for them birds in there. And when him just come to Jamaica with this great message, think we know about Nayabinga drum. Them play some kind of drum, you want just irie and know say Africa drum dance. So, sometime when me irie, we just play some drums, man. You hear me now? Say some things we're not really right. You want to hear it? But now I do it, man, because I can't make the drum cuss bad well. I mean, I make it cuss none today. black people, we don't make we hear so hard. And you know what? Actually we can't chant. So you're the chanter now. It will make you can't chant when you listen. The Congo man say, why you just worry when you get chant? Say you don't go chant Rastafari and travel leads the way. Don't you be like my brother Thomas. Idiot. Oh, rest up on his promise. Say you're nothing worry, no, no. When you can chant. And the Rastaman say, why you just worry? I am being behind and traveling away. Don't you be like my brother Thomas. My idiot man, I'm telling him what. Oh, rest up on his promise. Say you're nothing worry, me not go worry. Casa. When you can shine.
Prince Tiba.
Say me now worry, no. When you can shine.
Prince Tiba and the sons of thunder.
You nothing worry, no time. Cause what? When you can chant. When you can chant, man. When you can chant.
No worries.
One more.
No worries. Prince
Enough
Tiba.
more.
Prince Tiba.
I mean, all right. Well, seem like how you start me. Make them stop me. Come in, John.
Muta, we're gonna stop him.
Jaman. Whenever you hear the name there yet? Dan Jaman. It's a man who can't play drum, you know, but I want to be pioneer musician. When I give you something like this.
Yeah, we pull it down so I can sign out of this segment. We don't want to take them over here. We just want to pull it down so we can sign out of this segment. We're waiting for the next segment. We're waiting for the next segment. Muta is getting ready.
Marcus Garvey never stopped preach and teach and tell black people how to live.
Sign out of this segment.
Love and joy. Unify yourself. That's the only way I broke down the wall of Babylon. Yeah, man. I personally went to see the wall of Berlin. I'll take up a little piece, can't come at Jamaica.
Getting close to the end of
the man. And the one I name La La La. Take it down and take it round.
Take it down, take it down, take it down.
I'll leave you that one now. La, 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 la. La, la, la. La, 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 la. La, 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 la.
To hand it over.
For joy. La, 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 la,
Just about. I'm hearing you, Muta. Thank you very much, Prince Tiba. I'm hearing you, Muta. So
you know some crowd meet till tomorrow. You know some crowd meet till tomorrow.
Give thanks. Thank you so much.
Yes, Tiba. No, may I tell you, if you never move a while ago, you need to go see the mark. Yeah, you need to go to the mark if you never move a while ago, man. The man can't brethren. No, may I tell you, hey, you know, say when I first go to Mobile, the man here with me, I play drum. I never know some man could have hit fire until I see that man here, you know, right? But this is that drumming thing that we have there. Believe you me.
It's sweet.
Oh, gosh, man, may I tell you, man.
Sweet. Wow, that was something else. That was something, Prince Tiba. And the Sons of Thunder. Wow! Really enjoy that. I sit on the rhythm like a lizard on the limb.
Listen, I watch you, man, I get tired. Because I look for the baby, I get tired.
It's nice, it's nice, it's nice. Okay, thank you so much, Prince Tiba and the Sons of Thunder.